Emerging Technologies, Government of Telangana, Shri Sujay Karampuri, Director Electronics, Government of Telangana, and Ms. Deepthi Ravula, CEO, WeHub, Government of Telangana. So I would request the participants to please attend the breakout session 3 at G3 hall. Thank you. Now we are going to start with plenary round 4. The topic is ease of living through technology interventions for good governance. Participation is by Niti Aayog, central government and private sector. The participants are Dr. K. Rajeshwara Rao, Special Secretary, Niti Aayog, Chair, who will be attending virtually. Shri T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Right to Service Commission, Haryana. Shri Sanjay R. Bhusreddy, Commissioner Cane and Sugar, Government of UP, Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, MyGov, and President and CEO, NEGD Virtual, and Shri Pallab Saha, Chief Architect, The Open Ground, who will be joining us virtually again. So I would request Shri T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner Sir, Shri Sanjay R. Bhusreddy Sir, and Shri T.C. Gupta Sir to please come and attend us on the stage. And while they come here, can we all welcome them with a huge round of applause, everyone.
Has the session started?
Hi, morning Abhishek. I think session not yet started, I think.
Morning, morning, morning. How are you?
I'm fine. So we are meeting again on the second time, huh?
Yes, virtually.
Virtually, yeah. Hi, Dr. Pallab. Good morning. Rajeshwara here.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, good to see you.
I think they have added a few panelists. on the panel. Sir, you are mute.
You're on mute.
Yeah, there are 4 panelists today. 2 of you are online and 2 are offline in the hall.
Okay.
They are there only. So I don't know who will now initiate the process. I'm not sure.
Somebody started, sir.
I'm
Somebody
sorry to
invited
interrupt, sir. I will
Yeah.
introduce the panel once again. There's some change, so shall I?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Dr. K. Rajeshwar Rao, who's Special Secretary, Niti Aayog Chair, who will be joining us virtually. Shri T.C. Gupta, Chief Commissioner, Right to Service Commission Haryana, who has already joined us. Shri Sanjay R. Bhusreddy, Commissioner Cane and Sugar, Government of UP, who is there on the stage. Shri Abhishek Singh, CEO, MyGov, and President and CEO, NEGD, who is joining us virtually. And we have Shri Pallab Saha, Chief Architect, the Open Group, who has joined us virtually. We can start, sir.
Okay.
To explain how some of that has been achieved. I would also like to invite another colleague of mine, Srimati Rama Devi Garu, who is the Director for Emerging Technologies in Telangana government. I would, please come this side. No, come from this. As her designation, as her title indicates, she's the Director for Emerging Technologies. And I again can share this with you very proudly. Telangana is perhaps the only state in the country which has created a separate wing on emerging technologies. Of course, we have e-governance wing, which is there for, again, a long time. And but to give a distinct focus on new generation technologies, encouraging solutions which are created by young entrepreneurs, startups to look at some of the pressing problems. That is a approach which Emerging Technology Department faces, and she will be explaining how emerging technology has been used in some of these citizen focused programs, etc. We have one more panelist who is he on the way? I guess there is some miscommunication. He was given a different timing for this session. So if he is able to join us after I finish, I'll try to contact him. I'll see if he can join. If he joins us physically, he is our director who looks after electronics, semiconductor, and he's implementing a very important program for the state, which is called T-Fiber. I told you earlier that you may have great digital vision, you may have great intention, great ideas, but none of it will materialize if you don't create digital infrastructure. So the responsibility of creating digital infrastructure rests with another department in the IT wing, which is called physically. I'll see if he can connect at least virtually. So we'll make some arrangement. So this is how the session is planned. 4 of us will explain about different facets of citizen-centric, technology-enabled solutions, how departments are benefiting from technology. 15 to 17 minutes to make your initial presentation, and then in the time that is remaining, we have to close this session by 11:30. So in the remaining time that is available, we'll be opening it up for audience remarks, questions, contributions. So please load the first presentation of Mr. G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, and I would request Mr. Venkateshwar Rao to speak. With your permission, I will just step out for 1 minute to call the 4th panelist and just coordinate his participation. Thank you. GTV Garu, please.
Voice. Respected Secretary, dear PGC Srinivas sir, fellow panelists and dignitaries, all the delegates who are here, a very good morning to all of you. As our Principal Secretary has said, Telangana's focus has always been on how do we improve the citizen service delivery. How do we improve the citizen service delivery, and particularly, so the whole effort has been what we call presence-less, contactless, anytime, anywhere service delivery. And you know, to some extent, these ideas have been taken from the country Estonia, which is regarded as the leader in this. Now, if you see the utopian objective of governance, even yesterday's talks, if you see from the speakers, so you know the maximum governance, minimum government. Yesterday's our discussions are the theme of the entire focus of any e-governance is transparent service delivery with citizens' convenience as the central theme. And Estonia has achieved this to a very great extent. They have a platform called X-Road, and only for 3 services citizens need to visit the government office. Rest all are through a smartphone or a PC. And even in general elections, the voting they are doing through a smartphone for the last 20 years. So you know, to some extent we looked at that and say what part of it we can also try to implement here. If you see you know the whole issues in the citizen service delivery currently, where we are to where we want to be at various levels. So it's the service delivery is a physical presence and jurisdiction specific, contact with bureaucracy, discretion to the officials, filing of paper forms, and during office hours. From there, our vision was to, and we have achieved to some extent, that it should be a presence-less manner, it should be jurisdiction-free. For example, you know, if you have to apply for a driving license, you have to go to office. Why there should be a jurisdiction? Then contactless service, no discretion, paperless, and more importantly what we call anytime, 24/7 by 365. So you know, if you look at we looked at many departments, what are the current processes and what is it we can change. You can see the renewal of driving license. You know, if you go, you are asked to visit the office, just fill a form, they take a photograph, you pay the fee, and then you get a license. We felt that you know the issue, transparency issues, you know, then you have to visit, there is so much rush at the transport department office and only on working days, during working timings, etc. And finally, there is absolutely not much of value addition by the department officials by physically visiting that. We also looked at other processes, what we call pensioners have to file an annual life certificate. Again, they were to go to a bank or sub-treasury office or to a Me-Seva center. We also looked at some admission process where students were to again do the same process. So, and then we also looked at voting. So today in voting, everybody need to go to the booth to post, you know, cast the poll, and then there are duplicate voter cards. So we said, can we answer 3 questions? Can we achieve the objective of one voter ID in this country, and can the identification of voters during the election process be made by system driven concept? All as our Principal Secretary has said, the emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning and big data. And then over the last 3 years we rolled out in 3 or 4 departments one by one, and we are able to see the results in a big way. So this is the 3-factor authentication which we have designed, new 3-factor authentication for RTDI. First factor is called artificial intelligence based liveness detection, that you should be able to ensure that only a real person, you know, takes the service. Second is what is called deep learning based image comparison. The selfie that is uploaded is matched with the base photograph. And third is the machine learning based demographic comparison. So if all these 3 factors are satisfied in AND condition, then the authentication is successful. Now I'll play a video. This is the basic introduction. It's about 9 minutes video, which essentially captures what I spoke and what has been actually implemented. Yeah, please.
Year after year, Telangana has been adjudged as one of the leading e-governance states in India. what has been keeping the state ahead in the race with its peers is the vision of a digital Telangana and its execution under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri K. Chandrasekhar Rao and Honorable IT Minister Shri K. T. Rama Rao. Democracy is the government of the people, by the people and for the people, said Abraham Lincoln. In line with this, citizen convenience with complete transparency should be at the center of governance, along with citizen service delivery. Presently, Estonia, a European country, is very near to this goal through their famous X Road platform. Citizens visit government office only for 3 important services relating to marriage and purchase of immovable properties. All other services are in presence-less and contactless manner through smartphone and computer. The Government of India sends senior officers to Estonia. Regulation of Identity (RTDAI) was developed. RTDAI provides an easy, convenient and correct authentication of citizens' identity through a smartphone, thus ushering in the utopian objective of governance through presence-less, that is, providing contactless and paperless services to the citizens anytime and anywhere. ITEC Department and Transport Department, Government of Telangana have developed the Friendly Electronic Service of Transport, FEST, which is built on RTDAI platform. FEST allows the citizens of Telangana to avail numerous services of the Transport Department through a smartphone from the comfort of their homes without having to visit the Transport Department 24/7 by 365 basis. At the same time, without compromising on the accuracy or process efficiency, FEST service is provided through T-App Folio, the M-Governance initiative of Government of Telangana. Citizens need to submit details such as name, father's name, address, driving license or learning license number, address proof and upload a selfie and all the required documents for that particular service. FEST processes the provided information using a 3-factor authentication by leveraging state-of-the-art technologies. Artificial intelligence-based liveness check to ensure that the selfie uploaded is from a live person at that moment and not a photograph or a selfie taken earlier. This is the most important test since the identification is done remotely. Big data-based demographic check to match names in application and department database handling multiple name variations. Deep learning-based image comparison to match selfie with photograph in the department database handling many variations in the photos. Post successful 3-factor authentication, the citizen can pay the service fee through a smartphone and avail the service. Launched in July 2020, 17 services across 4 categories: driving license, learner license, registration and permit are offered through FEST as of now. More services are scheduled for release in due course. Transport Department envisions that all services except where driving test or physical inspection of the vehicles is involved will be provided in a contactless and presence-less manner through FEST. FEST is gaining traction and present daily transactions are now around 400. About 300 driving licenses are being renewed on Sundays. A driving license renewal through a smartphone from home on an office holiday, which was unthinkable, is now made possible through leveraging the power of the emerging technologies. Telangana Transport Department is the first in the country to build this kind of platform leveraging emerging technologies to provide contactless, presence-less and paperless services to citizens, making government services efficient, convenient and transparent. Telangana has launched similar applications in other departments. Pensioners' Life Certificate through Selfie was launched in 2019. About 80,000 pensioners have used it so far till July 2021, some of them being outside India. Registration for Degree Online Services Telangana in 2020 and 2021. About 45,000 students have used this application. Authentication of voters in 10 polling booths in municipal elections in January 2020.
very pleasure for selecting Kompally for launching of the pilot program of this app. That is a T-App Folio, and it's the voter face authentication app. So by that, when the voter comes down to the PS, he can enjoy, he can cast the vote behind a mobile camera capture app, that is which cannot be downloaded from the Play Store. It was only been a program done by the TSTS, that is Telangana State Technology Services only.
A pilot project for voting through smartphones is being done in collaboration with IIT Chennai. Here, RTDAI is being used for identification along with blockchain for storing and non-tampering of data after voting. All these are path-breaking initiatives relevant to all states of India and are applicable in many other countries too for transparent and convenient service delivery. Even globally, there are very few examples of how AI, ML and deep learning are used in conjunction with M-governance in citizen services. With unstinting support from the Honorable Minister for IT and all other departments, Telangana has become a pioneer in the use of emerging technologies. Telangana has declared the year 2020 as the year of AI and unveiled an AI framework for use of AI in the government. There are 40 crore smartphones in the country and their number is increasing every day. By harnessing the power of AI, ML and deep learning together with the phenomenal reach of smartphones, a paradigm shift is being brought in the way citizens interact with the government in the state. Marching towards its vision of a digital Telangana, the government dedicates these solutions to the citizens of Telangana for a hassle-free tomorrow through presence-less, contactless and paperless delivery of government services anytime and anywhere, 24/7/365.
Thank you everyone. So I think let me, so that I'll talk more time. So if we have any doubts, we can take during the Q&A. Thank you, and I wish to place a lot of credit, because to try and experiment these kind of technologies, we need tremendous support from the top, both Honorable Minister and the Principal Secretary IT. I think a lot of credit goes to them for allowing us to even to try and think these kind of solutions, and also to the stakeholders. For example, in how many states the transport department will come forward to collaborate with IT to develop this solution, because IT, yes, we do provide a solution, but there has to be a user department who is willing to trust us to deliver the services. So lot of credit also needs and goes to the user department, like Treasury, Finance, which has agreed to take it for pensioners, Education department which agreed to take for a degree, then Transport department which tried that, and then even State Election Commission, the local State Election Commission, because as you know, elections is a process which nobody wants to touch. But when we demonstrated and said the potential possibilities of that, the SEC has come forward and said, yes, we will support you, do in pilot in 10 districts. So I think all the credit, while IT department has done the basic groundwork, developed the technologies, but a lot of credit goes to the user department for accepting them and rolling out them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, to GT Venkateshwar Rao. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, there is another very good example of how a so-called complicated and non-transparent department, the mining department, has been reformed using technology. And we have Director General of CGG, Center for Good Governance, Dr. Rajendra Nimje, to explain the model which was used. Fortunately, this application also was recognized yesterday. It is a Silver Award winner. So it's also a great honor for all of us here. So please go ahead. Can we have the presentation of Dr. Nimje, please?
So, Secretary DRPG Srinivas sir, our ITNC Principal Secretary Jayesh sir, all awardees and all the delegates, a very good morning. Before going to the mining particular project, I would like to take just 2 minutes. As you are now aware, and it has been showcased, that Telangana is in forefront in e-governance since its inception, and the whole ecosystem has been built. It is not that it is one-dimensional progress, but as the Principal Secretary was mentioning, it is multi-dimension, that in each of the areas it is touching, right from the policies. I think Telangana is the first state which starts even the emerging technology, how to use. When there is a doubt, there is immediately they study, and the policy will come out, so it will give us support how to go ahead for various government departments and organizations. The required infrastructure is talked about, the emerging technologies, how it makes dent. And just going beyond all this thing is, all the awardees and delegates are there. I would like to just pose a simple question, that whatever you have achieved, or that for making efforts for awards, it is from the idea stage to the implementation stage, and then to scale it up. So all these various stages are there. How difficult it is, like, I remember my journey of last 32 years. It is extremely difficult then to have an idea, and then the required infrastructure in terms of any software or any kind of hardware or any kind of connectivity, everything was lacking. And today also, when we interact, we are a Center for Good Governance. I'll just tell in another 1 minute what do we do. But Center for Good Governance has been conceptualized then in the year 2001 by the Andhra government, and now it is on a very rapid kind of progressive path in our Telangana government under the leadership of our Honorable CM and the IT Minister. We are trying to support all these departments in their endeavor. Basically what you do, there is I don't think there is any other organization, as per my knowledge, which supports your right from the consultancy. You have to depend on somebody to give your idea to shape and then take it forward. Then you look for some implementation agency with your ideas, and if you are lucky, in some of the states IT departments perform that role by giving some software developers, and then they do something. But today it is not a kind of fancy thing or something, it is a necessity. All these applications should work seamlessly, and crores of hits are coming. So it has become more complex. We have to give service like any other private sector service. So in this regard, please go to the next slide. This one? So, good governance, actually we can say, is the mother of this e-governance which we are talking about now today, 24th e-governance conference. Good governance actually encompasses e-governance and all other steps required for giving, what sir was talking about, Sushasan. Sushasan is given, it's a multidimensional thing again, but e-governance is a part of it, and now it has become synonymous, because when you talk about the mobile governance or about emerging technologies, all what we want is to serve the people. It is all citizen-centric. Finally, we want to deliver a citizen-centric thing. So here we provide, last 20 years, various kind of, right from the policy development to policy evaluation to the providing the PMU support. We provide an e-governance division has been formed just before formation of Telangana, and then we took it over in a very rapid pace, as I told you, in the Telangana government. So we have about, at a time, running 250 applications. So my why I am mentioning this is because yesterday this thread has come, and our IT secretary Ajay Sani sir was also mentioning that we have to, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to replicate, and Minister was also mentioning. The replication is possible. Our all aim is to reach the people. So we have a number of projects, and we can also support your whatever projects you have, and immediately take it on in a fast track. because otherwise it takes time and whatever your concept may not be manifested earlier. So if you see, there are some of them I have mentioned here, like, we are working for the Government of India, that crop is a Ministry of Agriculture project. We are also working for various state governments for the scholarship projects, about 6 state governments. So this organization, right from touching all welfare schemes, municipal administration, the Panchayat Raj, the pollution control, I'm just trying to say that it will be a unique organization which can support your journey. So we are in e-governance. We have developed number of applications at a time now. About more than 50 mobile applications are also working for our government, of course, predominantly Telangana government, and we are working for Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, then Himachal Pradesh, Jharkhand, and various other governments. So I think we'll just keep to the MIV, how we have made a change. MIV, that my sand vehicle, go to the next please. As you know, the sand is an essential input or ingredient for construction. Construction industry, which is India is growing at such a pace, to match that we need all this infrastructure. Infrastructure is a key in Government of India, all projects, all themes, and here Telangana government also is in a very rapid development of infrastructure. Sand being an essential ingredient, what earlier happened, you can see there, illegal sand mining, trafficking, and also it led to river basin erosion and environmental hazards. So this is, all of you are aware in your respective states. Moreover, to ask for a simple, the one delivery of tractor load of sand for your small purpose also, you will have to go around Tahsildar office, then you have to book and wait. Somebody will take over the queue. It's an OPEX system. Then the tractor which will not transporting that, they also have to drive some officers to, get up in the queue. So all this led to a very ineffective and inefficient system. Basically, what we want, we pay like you go on Amazon, just click any goods and you expect that in couple of days it should be delivered at your doorsteps. You are not connected how they do it. And the same thing is expected from the government also. Whatever government is doing now, people say, okay, we'll just book it and you deliver, you take your money, you charge it more if you want. But we don't want to go around and hassles. So in this connection, this MIV was conceptualized, and it's a contactless, paperless and cashless total system integrated. What we did is, if you see here, customer, the booking, like we have developed a web interface, it works on the mobile also, and anybody wants, and this works into 12 districts of sand producing. There are 13 districts, and major all 12 districts are covered. So in any district anybody wants to book sand, they will go, and on mobile also they will click how much quantity, and the rates and all are all as per the government tariff. Nobody has to pay more, and immediately as soon as somebody books, that booking ID is generated, and in the first in first out system it is allotted to a tractor in that area. The tractor then goes to a loading point, he loads, and then there is a geo-tagging is done. So exactly which tractor has come, and now we have introduced, I'll tell about the AI to some extent to know whether it is the same tractor. On the journey also, we track whether same tractor is going en route or going somewhere else, so that all this sand illegal activities can be controlled. And then once it is delivered, it is to be ensured by generating OTP, and so that the booking is closed. As soon as it is closed, the tractor is free again for the next trip. So in this way, earlier what these people were trying to manipulate, a number of favorite tractors getting again and again, other people were not getting. Even for tractor registration, it was a very simplified process. You don't have to go to any office. Just upload the required 4-5 documents, and then automatically your tractor is registered, and renewal also, same way. So now, as I mentioned, the AI-based identification has been introduced. So you can figure it out from the number plate whether it is the same tractor going where. Similarly, online, of course, payments are integrated. SMS confirmation at each stage is given. As soon as booking is done, you get a confirmation. As soon as tractor starts, you get a confirmation. At the delivery, you get a confirmation. So it's all rule-based, and we have also introduced a chatbot also. So you can go through a chatbot also, some kind of queries are there. Compatible with the vehicle tracking system. There are automated vehicle tracking system. Some of the districts are following that, not all. So there it is integrated with them. In other districts, it is being introduced by them. So it is innovative dashboards supports, to take timely action. Collector, as you know, district collector or district magistrate is heading this society in the district. And they will monitor. It is very easy for them now whether the sand has been properly utilized, whether the river basin is not being eroded, and whether the authorities are functioning properly, whether there is any misuse, everything is at the fingertip. And the revenue generated because this is another major source for state government from mining. And the revenue generated generation also they can track. In particular area, if it is lacking, they will know. Similarly, it is also integrated with the police department also, which is enforcing authority. They will not harass unnecessary earlier, like, where they are going, kahan ja rahe hain, unnecessary catch hold of them and recover something from them. But now these numbers are given to them. It is fed to their system. They know it's a legal tractor carrying the sand. So now with this experience, people have, there is a dedicated help desk also. So what we have done is all integrated in one. District societies, there are 12 different societies, but there is only single integrated dashboard. State government mining department can monitor. So it is app-based, it is in a local language, and the performance you can see now 12 by 13 districts. Number of tractors 12.5 K, the 12,500 tractors registered. Cycle time has come down, earlier delivery from 5 days. Now you can see here how much construction boost one can get. Instead of 5 days, it is taking only 1 day. And then number of citizens served, and these numbers are there, 16.5 lakhs, and they are increasing. The revenue generation, if you can see, from 55 crore, 117 crore, 230 crore. So it is going in leaps and bounds. What does it indicate is, it's a government, it's a public money. It's citizens' money is going to a proper use, and it is coming to the government properly. It is not wasted somewhere. It is not taken by some unauthorized people. So these are the advantages, and this I have already explained. I'll just go down on some slides, so I'll take questions later. It controls, basically just one last point, controls unauthorized excavation and transportation. This is another important point on twin objectives. One is for citizen-centric services. The other one, we have to take care of our ecology, our ecological balance. So these are the, and we are very much thankful that, with this kind of our effort has been recognized and by Government of India and the DRPG. So we are now motivated to provide more, try to bring something more in this, and also in some other projects which we are dealing with. The learnings and learning from, cross-learning from this conference for 2 days, from various other awardees, what they have done. It will be a wonderful journey for us. And with that, I would like to conclude, and I think I would like to thank everyone. I will be taking questions later when
yes,
Sir opens it up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mantri. Very good example of how a seemingly intractable problem has been resolved using technology. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, Telangana is also a pioneer in utilizing emerging technologies, new generation technologies. And my colleague, Mrs. Rama Devi, who is the Director for Emerging Technologies, she will speak about some use cases of how emerging technologies has been utilized for solving some of the pressing problems of the citizens. Rama Devi garu, please.
Thank you, sir.
You take this one.
Hello? 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 Yeah, yeah. Hello, is it audible now? Yeah, thank you. Respected Secretary DRPG Srinivas Garu, Principal Secretary Garu, Director General IIPA Tripathi ji, my co-panelists, representatives from other departments, my colleagues and media persons. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Well, I would be speaking about emerging technologies. If you all remember, yesterday it was one of the key themes, in which Ajay Sahani sir was chairing the sessions, platformization and emerging technologies. So emerging technologies is no more a buzzword, it's ingrained in our lives, if you look at the private sector, if you're watching films, Netflix, it just throws up the movies that you would like to see. Similarly, if you're shopping in Amazon, it throws up the products that you would like to purchase. So it has become part of our lives. Now everybody is talking about it. But 3 years back, our leadership had the vision, to actually start working on these emerging technologies and set up a separate wing, what you call emerging technologies wing. So I'm keeping my discussion at a very high level, the policy formulation level, and I'll just briefly talk about different projects at a very high level. Yeah. So as I said, an overview about what emerging technologies does, what is the state strategy that has been adopted, because this has worked very well for us and I believe other states can also adopt it. Then brief overview on what, different projects that we are working, because it's not possible for me to go through each and every project, just what are the use cases, what are the departments that where we are implementing and so on. And 3 marquee projects that we are working on in emerging technologies. Yeah, this is what we are doing in emerging technologies with it. We have identified 8 key technologies. And, these again technologies are not cast in stone. As and when a new technology comes, this will get added to our portfolio of technologies. So this year we have added space tech framework also, whereas earlier it was AI, blockchain, cloud, robotics. But because of the, ease in regulations in the space sector, where private sectors are allowed to launch their satellites, and also the geospatial data being made available to all the private sector, we have added space tech framework as another technology that we are going to work on. So the emerging technologies has a twin objective. One is, how do we develop the ecosystem in these technologies within the state, which ultimately leads to the increase in number of companies in the country. So for that, what we do is, we come out with actionable policy frameworks. Why we do that is, it helps us to focus on certain pillars, for example, each technology requires different intervention by the government. If you look at AI technology, we need huge data sets. So government actually has, data sets in different domains like agriculture, healthcare. In fact, a report released by McKinsey last year indicates that about 500 million or billion, sorry, I'm bad at numbers, worth of potential can be unleashed by the government making those data sets available. So for AI framework, you need data sets. If you look at drones, they need testing, sites where they can try out the solutions. So the point is, different technologies require different interventions. So we actually call them as key pillars or foundation pillars for each of these technologies where the government will be focusing on. And we set up institutions. Once we have a framework in place, we set up institutions of excellence or COEs to run these frameworks, to execute these frameworks. And we set up teams, hire from the private sector who actually run these COEs. That is the key part of it. The second one is, as a government, how do we adopt these technologies within the government? So as Deshanjan sir was mentioning, we identify key pain points and identify use cases, what we call, through those pain points, and implement various projects. These are the various policy frameworks that we have actually come out with. It's in cyber security. We have a COE in cyber security. Similarly, we have, drone policy, AI framework. We have, yesterday Minister was also talking about TAIM, Telangana AI Mission, it is in partnership with NASSCOM. So these are the various frameworks that we have actually formulated. And the last one, Space Tech framework, maybe in a month's time we'll be releasing it. That's the reason yesterday our minister also was asking the Union Minister to set up an in-space, park here in Hyderabad. Well, these are the various institutions that we have actually, set up or established that will actually help us execute our frameworks. TAIM, Telangana AI Mission, it's in partnership with NASSCOM. Again, for these emerging technologies, the government cannot work in silos, or alone. We need to partner with various or collaborate with various partners, with various organizations. It could be industry, it could be academia, or other foundation organizations. So for TA, it's NASSCOM. For cyber security, we're partnering with DSCI. And if you look at e-waste, it's again with MATI. MATI has funded this project. Then we're also setting up National Center in Additive Manufacturing. It's 3D printing technology, which is one of those 8 technologies that I've shown. So this is a strategy that we adopt. Policy frameworks, set up institutions, and set up teams that actually run our COUs. And this is the approach. And when you come, that's about the ecosystem development. When you come to the government, how do we adopt these technologies? So as Jay Shajan sir mentioned earlier, we identify pain points, and for each of these pain points, we identify what kind of technology can actually address these pain points. So we'll have internal brainstorming sessions, both with the departments, with the companies that actually develop these solutions, with our own professionals, who actually assist various departments, and we actually identify a particular use case, identify the scope of that solution, and we actually, because these are new technologies, we really do not know how this performs, we go with the pilot project. And these solutions for emerging technologies are primarily sourced from our startups, which are incubated out of T-Hub or from Telangana. So once we implement this, again, as Commissioner Garu has indicated, departments play a very key role in adopting these technologies. So we conduct various workshops, brainstorming sessions with them to make them understand what this technology actually delivers. And once a pilot project is successful, we scale it out across the state through a proper process. So, yeah. And today, as on today, we are working on over 35 plus projects in various technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, drones, IoT, and other technologies. And if you look at the bottom, these are the various departments or domains that we are working on: agriculture, mobility, like e-governance and so on. So these are the various domains. When we actually formulate the policy frameworks, we also identify what are the various departments or the domain areas, we call it, in which we are working on. So that's about the overview of emerging technologies. Now I'll just briefly touch upon various projects that we are working on. So technology-wise again, as Minister Garu also mentioned yesterday, we have declared 2020 as the year of AI, which kind of set the momentum for us to, for various initiatives and programs in AI. Just to give you a flavor of how our frameworks look, this is one AI framework that we launched last year. It identifies 6 key pillars, data exchange. As I said, data is the critical or the oil, or the currency. They are the buzz terms now. So we are setting up a data exchange platform. We have chosen agriculture as the first domain. Then these are the other areas where the government would be working on. At the bottom, if you look at, these are the focus areas: agriculture, healthcare, education. So for every framework, we actually identify those key foundational pillars where the government will focus on to bring in various interventions. These are the various programs and initiatives in AI. As I said, in these technologies, we need to collaborate with various partners. The first one is in partnership with World Economic Forum. The second one is in partnership with Intel. They have set up a center of excellence in healthcare and mobility, then with NASSCOM and other partners. So these are the various projects that we are working in artificial intelligence. If you look at agriculture sector, one project that we are very happy about is we have implemented what we call Pest Management. AI Pest Management tool developed by Vadvani AI. It's implemented in 6 districts. It helps farmers to identify a pest called pink bollworm that actually affects cotton crops. So usually, by the time the farmer identifies the pest, the damage is already done. So this particular solution helps us to helps the farmer to identify the solution 2 weeks in advance, and advices are passed on to farmer to advise right kind of fertilizer and so on. So these are various areas where, and the second one which we are really passionate about is lot of because of accidents, a lot of deaths happening. In fact, statistics say that the number of deaths due to accidents is more than the number of deaths that are happening because of this virus COVID-19. That's the kind of scenario that we are looking at. So we are implementing an AI-based solution. Two kind of solutions that we are implementing. One is, if suppose the driver is dozing off, at night when he's actually traveling, it sends an alert to the driver and also to the control room. So that's one. Second one, this is another project with Intel that we are working on, where it actually alerts the driver on a forward collision. It calculates the time, the distance between two vehicles, the speed of the vehicle, the condition of the road, and immediately alerts the driver when he is about to hit a vehicle. So these are the two projects that we are working on, and the various other projects. Maybe if anyone is interested, I can talk about these projects offline. And coming to blockchain, sir, we are here. We are very happy. Like 2 years back, we won the national award, gold award for Teach Its applications. We are working on other use cases too, and two very important use cases that I would like to mention here is, as Commissioner Garu has already spoken about, voting. It's a smartphone-based voting where we are using blockchain. I'll speak a little bit more later. Seed traceability is another important project that we are working on, because in Telangana, during the start of the agriculture season, a lot of fake seeds are dumped to the market. So farmers are getting affected by it. So we are actually implementing a blockchain-based solution that will track the seeds right from the time it's actually produced to the last mile. This again, we are engaging a startup to do this. So moving on to drones. This is another technology that we are actively working on. And last August, we launched the Medicine from the Sky project. And the left-hand side, if you see, those are the areas that we are working on. Afforestation program. Then, we are actually using drones to spray biomedical chemical on the lakes that prevents breeding of mosquitoes. So those are the various use cases that you are seeing on the left. So, and I'll just talk briefly about three marquee projects, which we believe that are game changers and are going to create huge impact across the country. So this is again Medicine from the Sky project. Our journey started way back in 2019, when we actually in the partnership with World Economic Forum. But DGCA, very stringent regulations over the last 2 years, and in fact, we helped DGCA in preparing the SOPs for BB loss operations is what beyond visual line of sight. While DGCA was allowing us to carry out visual line of sight operations, but none of the states were able to take up BB laws. So we are the first state to actually do this operation post the release of the new rules. So this has been a journey. And post launch of Medicine from the Sky, it triggered a number of other initiatives across the country, especially in vaccine delivery. While we have identified different use cases under that, one is of course medical delivery, the others are blood samples, and our objective is to deliver these services where in inaccessible areas where it takes time to deliver either vaccines or collect blood samples and so on. So we have actually, it's a huge exercise that we have taken up. If you see 10,000 plus vaccines have been delivered and so many kilometers we have covered, and the next phase we are actually implementing it in 3 districts. We have chosen 3 districts. Probably we'll actually implement in 1 district completely, delivering medicines, vaccines and all that in real-time basis. It will be integrated into the healthcare delivery. The second project is e-voting, while Commissioner Sir has already touched upon. Again, we are very excited about this project because this could be a game changer in the country. It's a smartphone-based e-voting system. This idea actually, State Election Commission approached us during the COVID season asking if we can develop an application that will help senior citizens or COVID patients to vote from their homes. That's how this idea started, and now, but we have made it, usable for everyone. Anybody can vote from their home. And 2 technologies again, we are using it. One is authentication of an individual using artificial intelligence and machine learning, RTDAI. The second one is, once a citizen votes, how are you securing the votes? For that, we are using blockchain technology. So, and we have carried out a dry run. I'll just moving on to in the interest of the time. So we have actually implemented this in Khammam district, and wonderful feedback we got from the users. 80% said that if an option is given, they would actually prefer voting from their homes. And it's user friendly, though we face some challenges when authenticating with Aadhaar. The Aadhaar service we're down, and another challenge that we face in photo matching because of lighting and all, but we are actually working on it to improve the algorithm. So this has been a very exciting project for us. The last one which I'm going to talk about, just in 2 minutes I will be completing this, Sagu Bagu. Again, we are very excited about this project. All of you who are from Hyderabad, the Telugu state, you know what Sagu Bagu is, cultivation, better cultivation. So this, we are partnering with World Economic Forum, and the interesting part of this is, usually we identify a pain point and implement a particular solution to address that pain point. But here what we are looking at, actually we are selecting one particular crop, and we are trying to deploy emerging technologies across that crop. Like if you take turmeric or chilies or cotton, right from crop planning stage to the last phase where you actually sell off your produce. So we are identifying various technologies. We have actually issued an EOI and shortlisted 3 vendors also. It's pro bono, and it's like usually through an RFP you shortlist one vendor, but here we have shortlisted 3 vendors who would be working on different problems. That's a very unique thing. These are different use cases in agriculture identified by the industry. We partnered with about 60 plus industry, academy and other partners. So yeah, this is about, and another component of Sagu Bagu is we are setting up a data exchange platform, which is again, we're very excited about this. We believe that just like what UPI has done for the fintech sector, this data exchange platform will do that to the agriculture sector. So all the data sets will be available on this exchange platform and be made available to various users. It will be startups, research organizations, the government organizations. So with this, I think I'm closing my, thank you all.
So, thank you very much, Ramadevi Garu. She explained, as you saw, how emerging technologies like AI, blockchain, drones are being used for solving some very unique kind of problems which different stakeholders like agriculturalists or people living in remote areas for whom accessing healthcare is difficult, how these kind of technologies are providing good solutions to them. Of course, these are all at a POC or a pilot kind of a stage, and when they are really scaled up for the entire state or for the entire country, then only the robustness of these kind of technologies will come to the fore. But definitely the initial results are extremely encouraging. I'm joined by the final panelist, Mr. Sujay Karampuri, who is our Director for Electronics and Semiconductor. And in the opening remarks, I had mentioned that we may have amazing digital vision and digital ambitions, but unless a very strong digital infrastructure is in place, we will just not be able to achieve anything. So I would like to ask Mr. Sujay Karampuri to speak briefly about the T-Fiber project. Many of us will be aware that under the Digital India program, there is a BharatNet project, but how does T-Fiber's goals are even more ambitious and audacious than BharatNet, and where are we right now, and what do we intend to achieve in the coming days? So Sujay, maybe in the interest of time, we have to close the session at 11:30. So please wind up in 10 minutes, and then last 10 minutes we will reserve for question and answer, interventions, etc. So over to you, Sujay.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll be making a small give you an overview of T-Fiber, which stands for Telangana Fiber Grid Corporation. So the vision of the T-Fiber is captured in the first statement. We are establishing state-of-the-art digital network infrastructure that is going to be long-lasting. And when we say long-lasting, we are talking about 25 to 30 years, resilient, in a sense that if something happens to one part of the network will be able to cope up with those challenges and still remain online, secure, with various state-of-the-art security operating, provisions with SOC, scalable. That means if we provision 100 Mbps to users now, in future we are able to give 1 gigabit per second to the user with small upgrades without having to lay the network again, without having to change the active infrastructure, and carrier grade. We are this is the keyword, carrier grade. The reason being, what carrier grade does is what it allows an operator to get the same experience like Airtel or Reliance would have. That same kind of sophistication is now given on this particular thing. And this same thing is given at affordable, high-speed connectivity from from the state headquarters to all the homes. So this is our vision, and this is where we are able to give the user anywhere between 20 Mbps to 1 gigabit per second, averaging on 100 Mbps. This we are talking of giving connectivity to all the homes, all the enterprises, cellular towers, and government institutions of the state. So, starting with government institutions, we are taking up the first phase, 30,000 government institutions, which includes schools of all kinds, small, big, within the village, in mandal, in towns, and then residential colleges, schools, and then we are talking of every Panchayat Raj department, mandal, revenue departments. Then we are also talking of police stations, all kinds of government institutions. Phase 1, we are going to connect 30,000, and then we will move up to 55,000 government institutions, by which we may be able to connect almost all the government institutions. And on these, we'll write various applications from various departments, such as e-governance, and then we'll also provide internet, telephony, video conferencing solutions on the fly. What it means is, if one officer sitting in Hyderabad wants to communicate to only his department and create a VPN for his teammates, he can do so. That means a dedicated lease line will be available on the fly. These kind of things usually are quite expensive if you were to go to a private operator. And households, we are talking of covering almost all the rural households in the phase 1. And then we will be taking up the urban section as well. So this is for the households. For this, we are going to partner with various local cable operators, MSOs, and TSPs and ISPs to do that. And at the same time, we are able to provide government to citizen services on our own as an ISP. Various departments will be able to host their applications in one data center, and all these applications will be available to the citizen. And when it comes to the government institutions, they are the same applications, and much more applications can be given to the government institutions. And enterprises. So, for example, we are taking care of the households, we are taking care of the government institutions. A lot of SME to large enterprises need broadband, and they usually ask for a better, lease line kind of facility, and those are also available to the enterprises. And this will proliferate certain businesses. For example, people could think of rural BPOs, and then IoT-enabled services will become ubiquitous. And smart cities is, needs this broadband connectivity as an integral component. And we are also going to connect all the cellular towers with this. It's up to them to take it or not, but we are going to provide the connectivity. And this is essential for them to give 4G and 5G services. Fiberization of the towers is extremely critical. for rolling out high-speed mobile broadband, and that's what we are aiming to do. And the network architecture is designed to take care of all the features that we discussed so far, and that makes this particular T-Fiber a bit unique in this country at this point of time, in the sense that, for example, if you see on the left side, we have a zonal ring. Actually, it's a zonal mesh which connects all the zones of the state and connecting all the 33 district headquarters. A mesh allows for high redundancy. That means even if one path is cut, you still have the connectivity. Two paths are cut, you will still have the connectivity, and so on. And it's also very scalable in the sense that with a software upgrade, we can go to exabytes and increase the throughputs, so that the core network is ready for the next 10 to 15 years of capacity from all the homes and enterprises. And then we are one of the very few states in the country who has introduced this concept of the core being the DWDM technology, then the Mandal and the district and the GP rings are based on IP and TLS. And once we reach the village, it will be based on GPON. And this particular architecture is now somewhat taken up by the central government for various other states, which they are, including in the PPP model. So now this particular architecture gives the kind of SLA, we call it, service level agreement, which you sign up with operators. We give at 99.99 at the zonal ring, followed by 99.5, then 99, and then 97. And once we reach inside the village, we are able to give 95%. This is usually given by the top tier 1, ISPs in the world. That's the network operation center, which is coming up, which is already kind of operational, but we are still improving this. Those are the big equipment inside. And this is how it was done primarily. There was a Mission Bhagirath program, and in the central picture in the center, you can see the blue pipe next to the black pipe. The blue pipe is T-Fiber, and the black pipe is from the Mission Bhagirath. And that's how the duct was laid across the whole state, and which we are using it now for T-Fiber. What is the uniqueness, and why this particular T-Fiber thing is going to do something dramatically different from what we have seen in the past in this country is, to start with, it is an end-to-end optical fiber network with not even a single piece either going on wireless or any other copper or any other medium. Now that eliminates all the bottlenecks across the state. This was also possible to some extent because we were riding on Mission Bhagirath. For water to reach homes, you need end-to-end connectivity without even a small interruption. So we were able to utilize that and capitalize on that. So across the highways, across the railway stations, across the rivers and streams and roads, this particular optic fiber keeps running, and most of it is underground. So underground has got a very high reliability. The aerial cable for connecting from the zone to the district to the mandal is not usually preferred option, because the aerial cable introduces a swing in the wind, which kind of deteriorates the signal strength, and it also introduces it starts to elongate in the hot weather, and it also introduces signal losses. So the aerial is at the most better only once we reach the urban or the rural household section. But for the rest of the network, it's all underground, and that's what we are doing right now. And as I said, it's highly scalable architecture, and therefore today we are able to give 1 gigabit per second to the user on demand, of course. But in future, if this requirement goes up, the architecture is such that it can take care of it. The entire network is managed by from one single place, which is a network operating center. So by sitting there, you can actually create virtual networks. You can create, add new users, change their profiles, add new services. At the same time, give access to various service providers from the same NOC to connect and be able to tap into the entire network. And this also integrates the existing networks such as SWAN, NKN, and existing state data centers. Therefore, what we are seeing is in future a single network for all applications, for all services across the state. So this gives us the flexibility for various G2G. We talk in terms of transport, but the applications are coming from various departments. So they could use high-speed internet, high-speed video, audio, conferencing, telephony service, and they can also give internet. It's used for surveillance, CCTV, smart cities, and so on. At the same thing, it's the same for the various enterprises. So this is a transport medium, and on top of it rides various applications. The fact that latency is very low because it's full fiber, that means there is no delay from the transmitting side to the receiving side. So this allows for various sophisticated applications such as telemedicine to suddenly become mainstream application. So various services, departments include healthcare, education, police, safety, rural water supply, various departments such as revenue, transport, traffic control, environment. All these services, all these departments can avail various services that we are going to give on this, including security, smart content, intranet, and internet. Now, the key difference is that there is a huge difference between what we call as intranet and internet. Internet rides on the main internet cloud, which goes through the international gateways. And when you try to use the content from the internet, then the cost of the bandwidth is extremely high. But if you were to host most of the services on the intranet and deliver it over the intranet, suddenly the cost structures plummet. And that is one of the key features of T-Fiber, by which we believe that we will be able to give an extremely affordable broadband connection to both the households, government institutions, and enterprises.
So, Sujay,
Yes, sir.
I think we'll stop with this. We have got a good sense of what T-Fiber can deliver to the government departments, to the
Okay, sir.
but be available. We are now opening the floor for comments and suggestions and questions from the audience. So please be available.
Sure, sir.
So thank you to all the four panelists. They gave a very good comprehensive overview about different aspects of technology utilization in Telangana. We have roughly about 5 minutes. So if anyone wants to add something or suggest something, if there's any question, yeah, please go ahead now.
Sir, thank you for the panel. It was a very enlightening panel. Sir, I'll start with 2-3 things. Number one is an observation as to the particular voting pilot project which was done. Whether you see voting as a service or as a right, and how, if you want to escalate it into general elections or other local body elections, again you have to deal with the existing election directions about checking by opposite parties, all the different representatives of the candidates during such an election. That is one thing. And because I am also I would like to know what steps are being taken to ensure that there is minimal information asymmetry, because we are giving a lot of our private data, individual data, into this big vast system. And how do you ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and least amount of misuse to that extent? And the other thing was regarding development of the ecosystem. So when you do the EOI for the proof of concept, and then you go on for the large scale implementation. So the budgeting is being done at the IT department level, or then individual departments pitch in? How does it work in that sense? Thank you.
So, thank you for your questions. I will tell you about the ecosystem development, and then I'll request Ramadevi Garu and Mr. Venkateshwar Rao to explain about the data privacy and confidentiality, ethical governance related to e-voting and various other e-governance solutions also. So in terms of developing the ecosystem, see, the way is that it all comes from the policy that we have created. The startup and innovation policy of Telangana gives a provision that if it is a homegrown startup or an MSME, then the solution can, if the solution is of relevance to the government can procure the solution bilaterally. This is a very bold decision which we have taken when the startup policy came up in 2016-17. If there is a local startup, I don't have to run a bidding process, RFP, I don't have to create a competition, I don't have to take bids, evaluate bids. If the solution is of relevance to me, most of the times we adopt what are called NICSI rates. There are standard rates for manpower-based deployment, and we take that. So for POCs, most of the work orders that we have given are based on this authorization which our policy provides for. However, when they are scaling up, then they have to participate in a proper RFP. And then, but because of the fact that they have done the POC, results are good, there is a success in their POC attempt, that works in their favor. And most of the times the scaling up opportunity is also given to them only. I would request both of you to very quickly reply on this data privacy and other issues related to e-voting.
As far as I think e-voting, see, it's a concept what we wanted to demonstrate, and it has two dimensions. One is the technical and the other is legal, and both have to be finally in sync. So even as the legal process is yet to start, we wanted to see whether the concept works or not. So it's you can say, as far as e-voting or facial recognition elections is more a demonstration of possibilities, but a lot of ground needs to be covered when we are there. But please also understand that there are countries which have implemented this. So it's not that it's not possible, but obviously even political parties have to onboard, they have to agree. So there's a lot of this. So as far as the other part, the data privacy, confidentiality and security is concerned, all, I think, as true might be with all other state governments, all the applications are hosted in state data center. So which is managed by the IT department and which has a reasonable amount of security and safeguards in place as far as the other intrusions kind of thing. As far as the confidentiality and the privacy, there are two aspects. If you see the kind of applications what we have done through mobile, let's say transport department or pensioners life certificate, it is only the person is using his data because he has to enter his pension ID or his DL. So it's a one-to-one basis, and then the liveness check etc. is there. So therefore there is no way other person will be able to access somebody else's data. Only you. That is what is three-factor means. It will proceed only if you are the person who are asking for the service. So that privacy part is ensured in all applications. But wherever we do give some data to other state government departments, there is a concept what we call need to know basis. So to that extent, what is agreed upon only will be shared. I think you, Ramadevi, you can add on the. Yeah, so agreed, but that's what I said. See, we do in fact have a system where there is a data sharing, but whole principle is need to know. Who is authorized to know? That is the basis. And the authority, the privileges, etc. have to be defined by the departments coming together. Actually, we can discuss little bit later. There is something, another project, because here the focus was more on citizen service delivery, but how do we address within the government, that part is also taken care, but in some other project. It's called integrated platform.
Just about the e-voting thing, in fact, we are not storing the data anywhere. Whatever that selfie they're taking is actually matched with whatever is there in the T-poll or poll server database, election database. And we are saying it's matched successful registration, otherwise it's rejected. And we are also taking the consent of the first thing that the citizen will have to do is he or she will have to give a consent to, and it's not mandatory. It's again, voluntary. If somebody wants to do it, they can do it. So, and as he's already mentioned, it's the entire data, whatever, this process is happening through the state data center.
Sir, I have
Yeah, Mr. Rajput. I'll come back to you. I'll take Mr. Rajput's question. The last will be yours.
So do we have a comprehensive IT solution for all the services which we are providing now? Because we have different applications for different departments. So is there any plan for that, or is that available now? First thing. Second thing is, in case of a refusal of a particular service online, what is provision? Whether the auto appeal is there, how it comes, how it is resolved. Second thing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your questions. I will answer the first question, and I will request Mr. Venkateshwar Rao to speak about the appeal provision in case of refusal of service. So we have started this exercise, what you spoke about, of compiling all the solutions in one place. We have done this for agriculture actually. We have prepared a compendium. So when I spoke earlier, when I mentioned that, and what our minister also said yesterday, that we are looking at technology from the point of view of social impact, which is the area where largest societal impact can be created. And from a common sense or an intuitive point of view, all of us know that agriculture is one sector where the largest number of livelihoods, including rural, below poverty line, everyone is linked to agriculture in some way or the other. So we have started this exercise with agriculture, and what we have done is that we have seen the entire chain of activities involved in agriculture, from the time of preparing your field to gathering all the inputs, then sowing, then agriculture operations, pest management, harvesting, post-harvesting, marketing, all aspects in the agriculture activities chain. We have identified technologies which can improve your efficiency, your production, your productivity, and we have prepared a compendium of 80 plus solutions, which we have prepared in the form of a book and an online publication. And we are now attempting to do this for every agency. So the transport department's solutions also are compiled in one. This is called FEST. So all relevant solutions of transport sector are available in one bucket. So this is an attempt which we are making, and you can pick and choose whatever your interest is. Department wise. We are doing it sector wise, so to say. Similarly, I think you had also asked about the question of budget, like where does the money come from? So two things. So first of all, I already told you that for all the government departments, there are 32 departments in Telangana. For each of the 32 departments, there is an IT team, a small team of 2 or 3 people who support that department in understanding their issues, which are the technologies which will benefit. So when we are providing a solution to them or a suggestion of a solution to them, we also tell them about the financial benefits they will get. For small departments, there is some budget which is available with IT department itself for encouraging them to adopt technology. So we allow our budget to be used by them. But for example, let us say the transport department solutions and all, they don't ask for budget from us. They have their own budget. Provided we are able to show to them that how this solution will help them either improve their efficiency or cost saving or better user experience and so on and so forth. So about this right of refusal, would you like to comment?
Very interesting and valid question. See, as you might have understood, whatever we are building services in transport or pensioners or degree admissions and others, basically we are adding one more channel of service delivery without disturbing the existing channels of service delivery. So that means your question would become more important if everything else is stopped and this becomes the only thing. But what is interesting is the whole approach of Telangana government is that earlier the service should be available only through three modes. Through online, where digitally literate people can use. Second, what we call assisted online, that is through Me Seva centers, where somebody cannot use, you please go to, we have 4,500 Me Seva centers, pay some nominal fee and get the service. Third is through a smartphone. So, and option should be to the user to choose whichever mode he wants, but there should be no physical service in the office. So, I'll give you interesting example now. Citizens, how they, test and do it. Pensioners life certificate, we have about 2,70,000 pensioners in Telangana. 2019 we have launched. First year 30,000 people have used. Second year in 2020 40,000 people have used. Now this year 2021 last year 1 lakh people have used. So now it's about 38%. That means people are able to feel that this is a better way of transacting. So the choice should be left to the citizens. Therefore there is no service is always available. For some reason, if this is not there, something else is there. But the option is to the citizen, and he has to choose based on his convenience, etc. Thank you.
I think connected to this.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. We'll follow an order. After Mr. Rajput, I'll give chance to him. Finally to you.
You mentioned the Estonia, order, yeah. So I think they have mentioned only 3 resources are not possible as of now. So when will you be achieving the saturation level in Telangana when all the services which you should enlist are not available?
Yeah, of course. See, our ideal goal is that, but as it depends on the user departments how they are able to accept and roll out. So it will be done as you said. 2019 we started with 120. We have added 2 more. So we are talking to more and more departments, and as they see other departments. Other departments also come forward, please roll out for us.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the Telangana's ecosystem approach, is the role of the state envisaged to fund the startups and to do program management, or is there also push on creating in-house capacities of the data scientists, hiring in-house data scientists, because they might turn out to be cheaper than mixed rates in the long term and be able to take certain kinds of projects which startups may not do?
It is like this. There are 3 things. One is I already spoke about the startup policy, in which we give work orders to startup if they are homegrown, which is to mean that they are operating within Telangana, they are part of some incubator or accelerator in the state, they have a registered office in the state. Second, the solution is of relevance to the government. If they are doing some B2B product and all, we may facilitate some partnerships and all that, but obviously there is no need for the government to give a work order. So this is one benefit which they give, which they value quite a lot, because in these challenging times and competitive times, to acquire your first customer itself is a matter of great importance. And Ramadevi Garu and others have been mentioning about a blockchain based project which 2 years ago won the DARPG gold medal, which is called T-Chits. It's a blockchain enabled project. T-Chits was given the POC based on the same policy. There was no bidding, no competition. We learnt about them through some presentation somewhere. And then we asked them to look at the chit fund scenario in Telangana. They gave a good solution. The state governments, so POC was done based on the policy. When the POC was tried out in 1 or 2 chit offices, I guess, 4 chit offices. But there are 30 plus chit offices, 14. There are 14 chit offices in the entire state. And when the department decided to scale it up, of course they called for an RFP. But because they had done this successfully, they only qualified in the RFP also. So RFP scaling up was through a bidding, which they won. But because they did this in Telangana successfully, they got opportunities from 6 other states. So doors got opened because one work order was there with them. So that is one. So we personally feel that funding startups is also important, but these kind of facilities are much more important. So it is not to say that we should not fund startups. We have a small fund of about 100 crores, which is called T-Fund. Similarly, we partner with another institution which runs a small funding program called T-Angels. So there is some amount of funding available, but we give it to very limited number of startups, that too at an early stage, through a very elaborate selection process. So it is not universally available, it's not available en masse, but other interventions like giving them this first market opportunity, first customer acquisition opportunity, that is one. Now the second question on how do we create talent, how do we recruit people in-house. So for each of these emerging technology, there is a framework. There's an artificial intelligence framework, there's a blockchain framework, there is a cybersecurity framework, and so on and so forth. And all of these are available on our website, so you can look up any of these frameworks. And each of these frameworks shows how our plan is to build talent. And for each of these frameworks, there is an institution which is responsible. So for cybersecurity, there is a cybersecurity center of excellence. For artificial intelligence, there is a body called TAIM, Telangana Artificial Intelligence Mission. For blockchain, there is something called Blockchain District. So, and each of these institutions is run collaboratively between the government, a few Government of India institutions, private sector, academic institutions, and so on and so forth. So the minimum level of people whom we ourselves require to run these institutions, we do recruit. So Ramadevi runs a team of some number of professionals. But the overall vision and the attempt of the government is to create that talent and let them get placed in different stakeholder institutions, including the enterprises, the private sector, based on the market requirements. So last question to you, because we are badly out of time. Yeah, last one.
Sir, I just wanted to know that Telangana has RTPS Act, and if yes, then how have you been your experience on the delay in the service delivery?
Delays in service.
Do you have RTPS Act? And if yes, then what have been the experience in the past?
Yeah, GTV.
See, formally, actually, we don't have the Right to Public Service Delivery Act is what you are talking.
So tell them about the citizen charter.
Yeah, so we don't have the act per se, but we do have the citizen charter. But more importantly, if you see, without act also we deliver it, because, for example, I think as our Honorable Minister has mentioned yesterday, we rank number 1 in terms of number of e-transactions per 1,000 population. So the and our MISEVA centers, which is assisted online, serves close to anywhere on an average about 1 lakh citizens every day. And you have seen in the presentation that our effort in M-governance. So all these are basically to ensure that the citizen service side, we make it as comfortable as possible. And because the state has a history of almost more than 2 decades, the combined state and the present state 7 years, the departments, even though there is no Right to Service Delivery Act, by and large they follow the citizen charter. For example, let's say the approval time for an income certificate is 7 days. So we see that even though there is no act per se, I think 95% plus are done in that time. So it's an interesting example of where we are able to satisfy the citizen without a formal act in place. But I think we have taken up with the government also that let the act also be in place. Yeah, one interesting example is what my colleague has said. TS IPAS, which is a revolutionary act in this country, where I think, sir, you can elaborate.
People for the next session have already
Yeah, so only thing where they said if an industrial approval is not given in 15 days, it is deemed to have been approved. So, that's the ultimate test of sort of service guarantee by the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We extend a heartfelt thanks to all the panelists for giving us such an information and interesting session. Now, I would like to request Dr. Rajendra Nimje Garu and invite Sri Srinivas Garu, Secretary DARPG, Government of India, and Sri Jayesh Ranjan Garu to facilitate Dr. Rajendra Nimje Garu, Director General of Center for Good Governance. Thank you so much, everybody, for making this happen.
Breakout session 4 is about to begin in 5 minutes. So those interested may please wait in the room.
Failed miserably, I went back to my chartered accountant. Even though I'm just a salaried employee, I paid him 10,000 rupees and filed my return. Now, the income tax returns are filed not by people who belong to the Antodaya category. They are filed by the well-to-do people. Why is it that the business process re-engineering which has been done, the new portal, has so much of trouble? Now, prior to that, let us look at the success story of the income tax department earlier. In 2007, they started the Central Processing Center in Bangalore. And what happened in those days was they found that 40% of the employees of income tax department were only scrutinizing this mundane thing called an income tax return. And every year they found they could handle around 1.4 crore returns, but the number of returns filed were 1.7 crores. So there's a backlog of 30 lakh returns per year in 2007-8. And what happens is if this backlog keeps on increasing, under the Income Tax Act, if you are not assessed a person for 2 years, then there is a legal problem. And in those days, the courts of law is to say, if somebody has paid tax and you need to return that money to him, you better return with 12% return interest rate. A CAG report has said that 18% of collections were going as refunds. That's when the income tax department took cognizance and came to Central Processing Facility in Bangalore. And they did a fantastic job. The Infosys was at the helm of the affairs. They did a good job. And my batchmate and good friend, Mr. Harish Kumar of Income Tax, he headed the project. Incidentally, Raghupati and B.R. Ranganathan, who is the chief architect of that, are also in charge of this portal. But why is it that a successful scheme has been, you change the successful scheme and now there are irritants? It's not that the portal is a failure, but it's not a smooth functioning. The reason being two. As would happen in government and business process re-engineering, you don't give enough time for beta testing. You should have taken more time to introduce the whole facility. 1. 2. At the same time, in the income tax department, something called faceless evaluation has started. So if you start two major reforms at the same time, it is but natural that somewhere there's a compromise. Two major activities have been taken up. A successful scheme, which was in vogue, we should have continued this year with the old scheme. And as I said, if I, as CEO of National Institute of Smart Government, after trying it out, that's because I thought they went on sending messages on my mobile. Please don't wait till 31st, try to file it early. I tried around December 10th and 11th. I became panicky. And then I went to my chartered accountant. I was told that people who filed on 30th and 31st, the bugs I saw in the system were rectified. So, is there a lesson for us in government we should wait till the 11th minute to do things? So, the business process re-engineering lessons are very clear. If something is working smoothly, absolutely, you may not find it very sophisticated, improve it at a particular pace. There's a beautiful phrase In French language, it says festina lente. It means make haste slowly. This festina lente is a management lesson where you need to make haste slowly. If a system is working beautifully, if the common man is happy with it, if you want to change that system, give enough time for beta testing, and then the business process reengineering will be a success. With these two observations, where the e-passport seva, which caters to the most illiterate person, has been a grand success, and whereas income tax, people who are paying income tax have been put to some discomfort. If there are two ends of the spectrum, there are a lot of lessons for all of us in the business process engineering, and as a citizens' participation in government process would happen. In the Gujarat High Court, a case has been filed saying that the portal of income tax is very slow and therefore it should be stayed. I checked up with income tax people. They said maximum number of defaulters are from Maharashtra and Gujarat, and therefore they are the people who will go to the court generally. With these few words, I request my members who are on the panel to start making their presentation. Nayananath, would you like to go first? Please, kindly.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. That's a very interesting insight that you brought in the opening remarks that you made regarding the beta testing. You know, we from the National Security Council Secretariat, there is a scheme that was a cabinet approval that started on a National Security Directive for the telecom sector and for trusted products to be put into the network, about which I'll talk a little later. But there, you know, the point about beta testing is something that, you know, we recognized is required for a good user experience. And another point I would like to make in this regard, before I come to my presentation, is regarding extensive stakeholder consultations. Because, you know, we have a perspective from where we sit, an understanding of the way the workflow happens. But the stakeholders who actually get onboarded on the system and start using the system, you know, they have their own perspective about what is good for them and what they feel is a good business process. Extensive stakeholder consultation is very important, and that is not something that we should scrimp on. And we should recognize all the stakeholders. You know, there could be some direct stakeholders who are there, and there could be some indirect stakeholders also. And there, you know, one of the things about the stakeholder consultation is to be in a very good listening mode. And after the beta version is released, that's when, you know, they start using the system, where we have to again go back and then, you know, call them for meeting. And there are two modes of meetings also, with our own practical experience of running the system. I'm saying is, one is where we call all of them as groups of, you know, different stakeholder verticals that are there. But many a time, the individuals of the different verticals, they're not willing to share all the information in that particular meeting. And it is important that, you know, we have one-to-one meetings also, where they're more open about the system, and because there are some business processes of their own that could get exposed when they're discussing about the system, which they would not like to discuss in an open forum. So this is one thing we realized, that though we called an industry association for a meeting, it was many a time required that we call a one-to-one meeting also to get proper feedback about the working of the system. So this is something that I just wanted to supplement with a recent experience that we have had. Now, you know, one of the things that the last 2 days, yesterday and today, is, you know, there are many exciting applications that have been showcased here. Some of them won awards, some of them not. But still, all the applications are useful for the citizens and for good governance. One of the things that you must have observed is there's a lot of data that's also getting collected, and that is getting stored. And people start using, you know, fears for doing phishing attacks. It's very important, you know, for the citizens to know exactly where do they go with starting and ending with a top-level domain of .gov.in, at least we know that the .gov.in would be a reliable government website going in. So that, to a large extent, would prevent a phishing attack happening for a person going to that. So people could have look at the .gov.in and say that, okay, this is a government domain that is there. There's one thing that comes to mind is lots of the phishing attacks that happen are because of for banking, mostly financial frauds. So there's a case for made out that could we not have, because banks also, you find that XYZ bank would have xyz.com, and then using that XYZ, if some of the top level domain is not occupied, some phishing site could come up with xy.org, and then that could be a phishing site. So there's a problem there. So how could we reliably identify, like .gov is a reliable identification of government domain, how could we reliably identify banking domains? So one suggestion could be that, and this is something that we have discussed recently in a meeting at MeitY, is .bank.in. Why not have all banking domains ending with .bank.in so that people know that if it's .bank.in, it's a banking website that is there. So that actually gives an element of comfort and to the citizens of this country that they're going to really a banking website and they're not a victim of a phishing attack. The other aspect is because of large-scale use of the digital platforms, the user devices, is the cyber hygiene part of it. And here I think what is required is a lot of capacity building exercises that have to take place. And in this, one of the Government of India initiative is the Information Security Education and Awareness Program under the MeitY, in which CIRAC Hyderabad is the project management unit, where, they done a lot of content generation for training of school teachers so that, because school children are the ones, they've also started using the digital platform. So the basic hygiene principles are something that have to be ingrained into people. They should become a habit. They should be part of a personality. Like, the way that we take care about crossing a road and some things that we instill in children to be safe. These are the, skills that have to be instilled in children to be safe, and they become internalized part of them. So the ISEA program is one initiative in that regard for, education of, training of school teachers, who in turn would actually train school children to be practicing cyber hygiene. The ISEA program also has a vertical for, postgraduate and undergraduate programs in cybersecurity, and doctoral programs also for building up skill sets in the country in other aspects other than in cyber hygiene. It also has a vertical for training of government officers for cybersecurity practices. So that's one very important part. The coming under the cybersecurity skill development, protection of critical infrastructure is very important. And not only that, having a cybersecurity culture within an organization. Like finance is a horizontal that is, across all departments. It's common across all departments, and that's over a period it has become common across all departments. Cyber is one thing that's now becoming horizontal across all departments, and cybersecurity is also horizontal across all departments. So it means that the particular skill sets that are required for cyber hygiene and cyber security are something that have to be built into each organization. It's not that it's required to have specialized organizations that excel in cyber security, but it's important that each individual organization, looking at the amount of digital infrastructure that's being created in each individual organization and the size of the country that we are, that we should have skill sets for cyber security that are based into each organization. A CISO is an important functionary in that regard. And a CISO who has this necessary knowledge, the skill sets, and the experience to function as a CISO is important. Not that he is functionally efficient in one particular task and then he is given an additional role as a CISO is not done. It's become an important role, and I think organizations have to recognize that CISO is important. One thing good is that Rashtriya Raksha University in Gujarat has started a Bharat CISO program where they train CISOs to have the necessary skill sets. We have also asked the NCIPC, the National Critical Information Protection Center, to come up with a certification framework and a qualification framework for the necessary skill sets for cybersecurity for personnel who would be occupying the organizations, especially in the critical information infrastructure domain. They have partnered with QCI, the Quality Control of India, to come up with a framework, and hopefully in this year we would be having a framework in place for identified skill sets that are required for cybersecurity professionals and for a certification framework for them to be certified for those skill sets. This is one area I wanted to talk about. The other is, from our office, we have a cybersecurity R&D fund. One of the things that we recognized is the mobile device is a device of use that everybody uses, and the mobile apps are the ones that are ubiquitously used by everybody. The same thing that I talked about, knowing what is a reliable mobile app is important. And we have, of course, the Google Play Store and the Apple, whatever that called, that store, App Store. From where, we expect that most of the apps that we download are reliable and safe. But still, there's a case for, a repository from where people could actually go and then verify if an app is safe and secure or not. And in this regard, we have sponsored a R&D project for coming up with a portal where people could go and then, get their apps, see if it is a safe and secure app which they could use. The other is regarding the mobile devices, the certification of mobile devices. There is a lot of bloatware that comes with it, preloaded apps that come with it. You can't even remove them. So this is one area we have asked the Telecommunication Standards Society of India, which is the Indian SDO, Standards Development Organization, to work in this area, and they've come out with a report in September of 2021 on smartphones, data protection and privacy. A report has come. And then there's a National Center for Communication Security in Bangalore, which have come up with what is called security essential requirements for mobile devices. And we have written a letter to the Department of Telecom to bring these mobile devices under the mandatory testing and certification framework. Because under the mandatory testing and certification framework, unless the device is, any equipment is certified, it cannot be sold in the country. So if it does come in that, then under these requirements, any device only after it meets this minimum basic requirements for security and certified against these requirements would be sold in the country. And that is something that we are working towards. Then there is, there are certain other initiatives I would like. Yeah, okay. The subject is vast, sometimes you tend to lose track of time. So a minute more, okay. So, what I'll tell you is, these are some initiatives. I will reserve something others for others for the later on part. But when we talk of security, there are two dimensions to security. And this is one point I want to bring is that, around 90% of the equipment that goes into our networks, whether in telecom or power sector and all, they're all imported. That's all imported equipment. And we have to supply, the security of that supply is important, and that's exercised the mind of the government. And there are two dimensions to that security. One is the security architecture of the equipment as such. What is the security architecture? The quality of the implementation of the security architecture. And that you can ensure by, following certain standards and also by testing and certification. That's one aspect. The other aspect is the intent part of it, in the sense that though an entity follows all the security standards and implements those security standards, but if the intent is suspect, they could put malware in that and then send it, and any amount of testing might not be able to detect that malware. So it's important to look at an equipment that you get into the country or into your networks from both the dimensions, both from the quality of the implementation and design, and also from the intent part of it. Now, the intent part of it is something that when you look at standards is not really taken account of. That's why in December of 2020, the Union Cabinet had approved a National Security Directive in the telecom sector, where they said that only trusted products from trusted sources should be put into the networks by the operators. And the intent part is one that is being examined there. We're looking at the organizations, the ownership pattern of those organizations, where does the organization function and what are the practices it follows from that. And the certification part of it, in terms of architecture, is something that respectively, for example, the telecom sector, they've got their own, the organization I talked of, the National Center for Communication Security, that's looking after it. The power sector has been very active recently, and they're also coming up the framework respectively in this area of both the design and architecturing of the products, and also from looking at the sources from where these products come. So with these remarks, I would rest and then take further as we go along. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. May I request Mr. Amish Sharma to be introduced?
Yeah, so the next esteemed speaker on the panel is Shri Amit Sharma. He is the CEO, J&K E-Governance Agency. He has over 2 decades of rich experience of serving in different capacities as a civil servant in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. He has held various roles as Secretary to the Government Information Technology Department, Special Secretary to the Government Forest, Ecology and Environment Department, and is currently deputed as the CEO of J&K E-Governance Agency. He has a vast experience and expertise in public administration, management, policy making, with a primary focus on usage, implementation and adoption of e-governance tools. He has been part of various events as speaker and moderator at national and international levels related to e-governance, smart cities, cybersecurity, education and HR sector, industries and commerce, and the health sector. I would now request him to start his presentation.
Before Amish Sharma, our junior colleague, starts saying something, I must admire that working in J&K is a challenge of a different dimension altogether. In terms of reach, in terms of getting the people, and also the other challenges about which we often read about it. So we'll be enriched. In my opening remarks, I talked about how the Antyodaya is one end of the spectrum and the income tax payers on the other end of the spectrum. I have the next 2 speakers coming at both ends of the spectrum. He is from J&K, and the person who is going to come from the most progressive state, Maharashtra. So I think it will be very interesting to hear to them. Amit, the turf is yours. We'll be eager to listen to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your words of appreciation. And in fact, it's always an honor to be present among us, the August gathering. Especially, this is a national event. We have been speaking in different kinds of events all around, being organized by different groups. But it's always special when you're speaking in the national e-governance platform, the conference. And here, luckily, I have had the opportunity to get myself trained and capacity building thing done. I would say NISG was a part of it, like I did it from IIM Indore, specialized for 1 year on e-governance, and from there onwards, it's, yeah, thank you. So it's really rare that you handle the portfolio and you actually lead the state in IT reforms. Luckily, I am here, sir. So yes, so now I have divided my presentation into 3 parts. I'll try to be as quick as possible because I know time is always a constraint. So I'll be talking primarily that how government process re-engineering has happened in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir erstwhile state, and how we are heading towards making citizen participation in the government processes very much possible. Because I would say that post-abrogation of Article 370 in around August 2019, we have actually gone for a paradigm shift in the way the government has been working. Like we can say that the total approach is towards involving the public, as the theme is very rightly set for this session, which is participation of the citizens in the government processes. So we have taken some 3 steps which I am about to start, that is regarding involvement of the public, as well as we have done some kind of re-engineering. So let me go ahead immediately with my part of presentation, and then in the concluding remarks I'll share that how we have done it. So the presentation, yeah, next slide please. First thing I'm talking about GPR is implementation of e-office. Why it is so different in Jammu and Kashmir is that we used to have a practice of Darbar move. If you know, 6 months capital used to be seated in Kashmir, that is summer capital, and in Jammu next 6 months for winter. So this initiative was taken by our agency. The task was given to IT department by the government. And thanks to the pandemic condition, again it fits into the frame. We are talking about the pandemic. So I won't say it's post-pandemic, although the major theme is digital governance in post-pandemic. So it is continuation. The loop is continuing. But anyways, this is a major takeaway for the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. I can say it with pride and honor that we have gone 100% paperless, 100% digitization e-office in all the departments of Jammu and Kashmir government. And I would say that it is all with the support of the public and the officers involved. So next please. Already told that 149-year-old practice to switch between the capital due to harsh weather condition used to happen, and official documents and equipments used to move between the two capitals biannually. You can understand the logistics involved. Every single file had to move in big trucks and loaders and everything, and 300 kilometers across from Jammu to Srinagar. The highway is very risky. Those who have traveled across Chenab river flows alongside. And sometimes there are hundreds of trucks to transport metallic trunks and cartons. Accommodation was employees for so-called temporary transitory migrating employees for 6 months. And practice, it's mentioned here 80 crores, but if you sum up direct and indirect costs involved, it used to cross even 200 crores. 200 crores saving on the state exchequer it meant to be. And yeah, the next is like, there was a accumulation of large number of files over a period of decade that needed to be transported biannually. Then frequent movement and transport used to cause obviously damage to files, and documents were lost in transit. So you can understand the pain area of the citizens in this thing. And substantial money was spent on the movement of files in safe and secure manner, and hundreds of trucks escorted by the security forces. You can understand the looming security threat also sometimes. And this practice caused inconvenience to the general public. Again, we were talking about the last mile user, the citizen. And this movement and file would disrupt a working of almost a half month in the whole year, because 15 days. Here transit time was 1 week. After that it used to open up, boxes would open and everything. So how we went towards this transition? First of all, in the first stage, we went for scanning of all the government data. Because legacy data required scanning, it was a big exercise. So we conducted this scanning to ensure achieving this e-office implementation, and complete digitization of all the existing legacy data was required. And we created centralized scanning center in Civil Secretariat Jammu. And the offices which were functioning outside Civil Secretariat were given different multiple locations to get the scanning done. And then we created scanned files, and OCR and digitization was done there. And finally, we converted them into portable documents, PDFs and all. And we scanned around 5,000 crore plus pages in a record time of 1.5 months. So it was day and night operation. And then the next step was to network it to the data center. These PDFs were moved and through secured network and stored in the state data center. And the data which was allowed to be accumulated in SDC was then migrated to DMS. This was very, very important. Data migratory system, management system had to be there, and we used a dedicated MPLS link to connect various offices outside the premises of the Civil Secretariat. And how we implemented it, like JAKEGA, J&K E-Governance Agency, which is being led by me at present, it ensures the functioning of e-office in all administrative departments of the Civil Secretariat. And this is like 100% we are on e-office platform now. And now the pain is also gone, like whether officer is sitting in Jammu Secretariat or Srinagar Secretariat. And it has made both the secretariats functional throughout the year. Even if it is snowing heavily in Srinagar today, while I am sitting here, my offices are functioning there. Every department is functional at both the places. So public inconvenience is minimized. And the files which have been scanned, they have been migrated to e-office. Employees have been given due training and capacity building, and DR center has also been created, and coincidentally it happens to be this place only. It's in Secunderabad. RailTel is handling this DR activity. Every day the data replication takes place in that. And dedicated MPLS link is for various offices, already told. Yeah, next. So the challenges which are still looming is scanning of existing records, ensuring connectivity and training and hand-holding. That keeps on going, and we had created 50,000, now number goes much ahead of it, like movement of files, more than 10, around 11 lakh files, online trainings, like 150 sessions were conducted in classrooms, conducted around 100 sessions, and outside offices it's more than 239, 270 to 80 HOD offices have been brought on it. And e-office implementation is J&K replaces. Also, we have done security related thing. Two-factor authentication has been introduced. Recently, I took the initiative. I thought, like, when officers are specially handling it, like I am sitting, I am also doing office work. That is always through remote access. So we introduced two-factor authentication even within the secretariat also to ensure safety. The way forward is actually we are looking to scan the remaining files, then VPN to all the people who are, who have to do work while traveling or being outside offices also, and then enablement of e-office for all, training, hand-holding, and common platform IT as a service. Yeah. Next. So you can see this is interesting, like in the civil secretariats, Jammu and Srinagar, how it used to happen in the past. This was the Darbar move, so much of trucks. They were stranded inside both the secretariat complexes. They would move physically, and such things happen. Few more photographs for you. Next. So now I'm talking about a very interesting initiative, which again is post abrogation of 370. This is empowerment of the citizens. Why we say empowerment? Because we have gone for a thing in finance, which is being led by present Chief Secretary. It was his brainchild. That time he was Finance Secretary. And we went for budget, estimation, allocation, and monitoring system. In short, we call it BEAMS. So then empowerment of the public is being done. We have created a very special thing. Every single thing which is working even at a village level, the works being executed at the village level, a citizen can have an access. We call it Janta Ki Bhagidari. We have created a portal also for that, Janta Ki Bhagidari, and we call it empowerment. So it is enabling monitoring and public overview of works being executed and resources for meaningful transparency. So the initiative is to bring public to oversee the execution of works, and then public can monitor and provide feedback relating to the work. So thus it's interactive, it's both ways. It is not just informative. They can give feedback and we can actually take the real-time responses from the public. And then it allows citizens to enforce transparency and accountability related to the execution of work. And finally, it is dynamic web-based system. It allows information to be filtered based on district, block and village. So it goes up to the village level works which are going, can have a live counter to see, give your feedback and get the changes incorporated, which is a very, very unique thing in J&K. Now I have few snapshots of the web-based system, how it goes on. Like these are the snapshots that it's easy to use, web-based interface, and it gives a lot of exposure to the citizen to search and find works which are going through the usage of internet. Like at present, a total of around 34,000 works falling under different categories have been successfully registered in this portal. So live around 35,000 works being executed right from drain, lane level to the bridge level to anything. They can be live seen by the public going in their respective areas. Next. Yeah, these are few snapshots, different areas, how you can scroll down to check the budget related details, and there's a complete list of the works related to departments which is enumerated in a tabular manner. Once you open it, is very interesting. It is self-explanatory. And for each work, a budget which is being allocated and generated, and it shows the work's progress where it has reached. And citizens can register their feedback. This is very, very interesting and important thing, and regarding the execution and work, and where they think that things are not right, they give their feedback, and they make process as bi-directional and interactive in nature, so that changes can be incorporated in case if it is required. So this is again a very unique initiative. And the third initiative I'm going to talk today is about digital transformation, which has been taken out, and regarding the citizens' participation. This is Awam Ki Awaaz. This is being handled by our Honorable LG. You can say it is somewhat on the pattern of what Man Ki Baat is by Honorable Prime Minister. But in JK, you see, connect with the public. This was very important post Article 370 thing, because you see, there was an impression that we have been hijacked. So connecting with the public, touching the youth, we have started Mission Youth also there, and so many activities, usage of technology. So this is one of the best usage of technology we could do out there. LG office handles it. We do it in different episodes, and here we involve public. This is something different from what is at the national level. I'll tell you in slides. So the concept is like seeking public feedback to make the governance process interactive, participative, and public people centric. This is what we disseminate. It disseminates the progressive steps taken by the administration, establishes a two-way communication process, and further trust and hope in the listeners, and finally it acts as a cornerstone of Jan Bhagidari I just talked about. So the process goes like this. Every time the current relevant topic which is going on, Office of the LG shares the popular themes and invites public suggestions, ideas and proposals on same, and at the same time public is free to share any pertinent idea on any topic, and suggestions are taken by all media of feedback. Like we have toll-free numbers, we have WhatsApp, we have website, and we have all kinds of email, different kinds of feedbacks. And then there is collation of feedback. In this collation, public suggestions are received merged over a signal called Awaaz, feedback management system. In this, the ideas and proposals are thoroughly filtered, studied and assessed via Awaaz. So this particular feedback system, the proposals go to respective departments, and they are open to subjective future course of action. So actually work is done upon the proposals. The departments do a thorough homework, and then finally it goes to next stage. Yeah, next please. So department wise stand on proposal is taken, whatever proposals come from the public, in different reports and submitted to departments, as I already said, on the suggestions which are received and assessed for the future course of action. Purely scientific process. And then finally Lieutenant Governor voices the feedback. The ideas and proposals received on the monthly show which goes on All India Radio, AIR, Prasar Bharati, Doordarshan, Kashmir, and it's a 30-minute program in which administration stand is given and vision is given, the government's vision is given in the form of a feedback. So public goes, listens and gets response to what they had actually suggested in that particular month. I'll show you analytics also. Like this is the chart. You can see district-wise feedback. We have 20 districts in UT of Jammu and Kashmir. So you have different feedbacks and different feedbacks received through different channels. Like WhatsApp is very popular, a lot of things on WhatsApp. Then email is the second medium. And there is a proper team which is working in the background. They keep working and responding to public issues. Next. Yeah, these are few metrics just to understand how it happens and how much popular it is becoming in JK. Next. So the project was created 8th, now it is even 9th, so the time it was made, it was 8th. So different topics were picked up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So depends, the timeline goes like this, like when it was conceptualized. So within a span of 1 year, it became fully functional, and now it is very, very successful in the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. So the impacts go like this, like different kinds of things. It helps, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav was going on, so it became a very popular thing during the first episode. During the second episode, we were talking about the increase in the COVID and how public was giving suggestions. Then next was regarding different kind of activities which were happening. All episodes went on like this. Yeah, next please. So episode 4 was on a different topic, like regarding the supply of power. People were having problems. Then the next one was regarding compassionate appointments. The next was regarding Naya Jammu and Kashmir, Naya Sankalp. So different topics are picked up accordingly. Yeah, next. So thank you, and I believe it is an exhaustive way to get connected to the public, and process re-engineering is going on one way or the other. In the conclusion, I want to add one thing, like recently, the day I came here, we launched a response activation system, RAS, in which we are embedding all the government services for getting public response on a regular basis and feedback. And today morning only, before coming to this session, my chief secretary was very particular. He said, we only don't want that response level, but we want to do some analytics and ensure that it is on the ground. Response is coming. It should not be only for the heck of launching. So what I mean to say, now we have gone quite responsive. We are reaching out to the public and we are trying to re-engineer the processes. And let me share that we may involve NISG teams or the experts in the field. I was talking to Amitabh Khan sir also sometime back in Delhi, and we may build special teams to do a government process re-engineering of various departments in Jammu and Kashmir soon, in which we will be seeking assistance of different departments, and I am sure we are going to see a new J&K in times to come with these kinds of things I have just showcased today in the presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amish Sharma. What you said is music to the ears. If you have really implemented e-office in J&K, in the Union Territory of J&K, I mean, hats off to you. The reason being simple. 20% of India, that is Uttar Pradesh and Greater Bihar, Old Bihar, UP, Bihar and Jharkhand, they still move around with manual files. So you are more than 20% of India. 16% of India, every sixth Indian lives in Uttar Pradesh. If you add the old Bihar and the present UP, perhaps it's every fifth Indian. When those mega states with a rich history are still, because when our payments are stuck, we chase those files. That's how I know that they're still in the file mode and not in the e-office mode. So it has been a great achievement, I must say. Hearty congratulations to you.
Thank you.
As I said, we came from Kashmir, now we are going to listen from the most progressive state. The additional DG of police, Mr. Vijay Singh, is going to address us. Can somebody kindly introduce him in a more elaborate way?
Yeah. So I welcome Shri Brijesh Singh. He is the Additional Director General of Police, Maharashtra Police. He has earlier held the responsibility of Maharashtra Cyber, which is a unit which looks after the cyber security of the government of Maharashtra for several years. He has led the implementation of MH Cyber Project, CERT, MH and predictive policing units. He is a 1996 batch IPS officer with an outstanding academic credential. As Secretary and DG of Information and Public Relations Directorate, he led modernization projects like Media and Social Media Analysis Center and the state-of-the-art recording studio. As IGCID, he implemented the prestigious CCTNS for Maharashtra Police, connecting all of its 1100 police stations to a state-of-the-art technology platform. He has successfully led Maharashtra Cyber Security Project and has been combating cyber crimes unit in Maharashtra through predictive policing, cutting-edge cyber forensic tools, and Center of Excellence. He has also implemented the first automated multimodal biometric identification system and led Maharashtra Cyber Digital Crime Unit. I would now request him to begin his call.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. Business process reengineering is not about technology. It's about processes. Let me start with an anecdote from history. So, some 2,300 years back, Alexander the Great goes to this Turkish city called Konya. And at that time, there's a place called Gordia. And they feel that Alexander is a soldier, he is not very educated, so they present him with a technical question. They present him with a series of knots, and they tie it across a door. And that is called the Gordian knot. And Gordian knot has been synonymous of bureaucracy for very long. And Alexander is presented with this and he said, "Ki, cross this and we'll give you the keys of the city." Alexander is baffled. He doesn't know how to solve this complex mesh of knots. It is like presenting all those forms when you go to a government office. They are given 20 forms, which I don't know who uses. And Alexander has a simple solution. He takes out his sword and cuts it. So this is called cutting the Gordian knot. It is a prime example of business process re-engineering, that he did not basically accept the constraints of the system. Similarly, we have to re-engineer government processes. I will tell you from my example that when I was way back, 20 years back, superintendent of police in districts, we had to submit some, 140 reports, which used to go from district SP's office to the DG police office. And if you were late in submitting those reports, you would get bad memos. So I asked them once, what do you do with these reports? I mean, what kind of processing you are doing? And as a junior officer, you are not allowed to ask this. But I still went ahead and asked this. So this was reported to the DG, and the DG got very angry. He said that, ask the SP to speak to me. I said, sir, and the old man was very angry. He spoke to me and I said, sir, I would like to review. He said, how do you want to review? I said, sir, I sent these reports. I would like to review whether these reports are useful or not. Can you believe, in that review, we could do away with 80 reports, which were absolutely not essential, which were time consuming, which were repetitive. There were 8 reports which were repetitive and just under different heads. And when we went into the origin of that, we found that it was some High Court case where High Court had asked for a particular return, and for last 20 years, that case was disposed, but nobody stopped that return. Imagine the amount of useless work we put in government, of which there is absolutely no output. There is a different way of doing things. Now, if you look at examples, in Spain, they wanted to reform their public transport, and they wanted data. So to generate this kind of granular data, it's very difficult. Generally, traffic studies, I used to head traffic for Mumbai for 4 years between 2010 and 14. And let me tell you, traffic is a very, very complex job. And when, the city of Barcelona was faced with this, they thought that what should we do? They could have given out a contract of sort of millions of dollars to somebody to in detail note down traffic timings and routes and things like that. They did business process re-engineering. What they did, they enrolled 4,000 citizens and asked these citizens to give data when they travel through public transport. Within 2 weeks, they had exceptionally good, high quality, real-time, verifiable data, which they could use to totally redesign the public transport. They exactly knew what were the loads, they exactly knew which routes were useful, which routes were not useful, and also they went for a total optimization. Now this can be done. I've also worked as secretary in government of Maharashtra, and we found a wonderful initiative. There was a collector who was in a very rural place called Yavatmal. He saw that the farmers were having difficulties of access to market. As you know, in India, there are layers and layers and vested interests, like APMCs and political structures and things like that. And the farmer has a perishable item which he has to sell. If he doesn't sell, it's going to, get wasted. And you actually check at the rates. Sometimes you find that tomatoes are 100 rupees kgs in a city where farmers are literally throwing off tomatoes on the road because, they can't sell it in time. So this collector actually, this young man, what he did, he said that, okay, you don't have a marketplace. Sunday, my office is closed. Why don't you start a farmer's market in the collector's office on Sundays? And this scheme became a hit. Not only it became a hit, it was taken up by the then Chief Minister into a program called Sauta Madi, farmer's market. And even in Mumbai, we had farmers directly coming, selling their wares and going off in a day. So people were getting good quality vegetables, and the farmers were cutting all the intermediaries, selling it directly, fresh to the people. So processes can be re-engineered. But as Rao sir has initially said, that it's about implementation, that how do you implement. So in 2015, I was given charge of this government scheme called CCTNS, which was by that time doomed as a failure. It was not working, conceptualized in 2008. And when I, looked at this scheme, I found that there was huge resistance. So a question was asked in the earlier panel about cultural factors. I think this subculture in organizations is very important for process reengineering. Because actually, when you look at process reengineering results, you find that 60% of the business process reengineering projects result into failures. It is very important to understand why these failures are happening, so that at least you have learnings for the next project. And in CCTNS, when I checked, I found that 1040 police stations were connected, software was installed, but people were not using it. And there were bugs in the software. So we talked to the users, we did a user journey mapping, we found out where there were critical problems. And finally, we understood that the most important factor in business process reengineering is change management. It's amazing, it's not technology, it's change management. It's about the acceptance, it's about the ownership. I may seem non-technical here, but please let me tell you, it is the most important factor which is going to determine the success and failure of any e-governance initiative. For example, Amit has been talking of e-office. We tried hard in Maharashtra, and sir, you were talking of UP and Bihar. We haven't probably been able to implement that in Maharashtra. And if you talk, everybody says, oh, we have e-office, it has been implemented. And you go to talk to people, they say, oh no, we can't find the file. So change management is important. And when in CCTNS, we called everybody. We called right from the Thanedar to the SP, to the IG. We did multiple workshops and we told them, what is your problem? Tell us. They said, ye nahi chalta, wo nahi chalta, this is bad, this is bad. We said, give us your fundamental problem. Why don't you want to use it? Okay, we'll improve this. But why don't you want to use it? Would you believe what was the problem? The problem was real-time timestamps. They said, if we file FIR through this, it would have a real-time timestamp. We will not have flexibility. And I understand that there are difficulties, because once a riot starts, the Thanedar, is he going to make a contemporaneous entry which the law requires him to do, or he's going to actually handle things on the field? So normally they can't write a real-time station diary. They come back and they write it down. So this was a great problem, and they didn't want to get into this because it would have caused legal problems. So I had a discussion with the then DGP. He said, can we, let go of this criteria of real-time timestamps? I said, sir, let us create an honest system. Because if we are not going to create an honest system, if there are not real-time, timestamps on this, then who would believe this? It would be almost like a paper thing, that the man goes there and the FIR is registered 3 days later with a backdated entry, and people can change this. There is no, non-repudiation here. So we decided to go for it. We convinced right from the SPs to IGs, and within months, we went for a go-live. The system has been running very well since 2015. We could digitize 20 crore old records, and the system has not been down for a single minute till now. So CCTNS, functioned very well in Maharashtra. Today, central government has given something called ICJS, where you have an integrated criminal justice system. The courts have done a wonderful job, let me tell you. The courts are probably one of the most digitized wings of the criminal justice system. And everything is available. Court dates are available, orders are available, their benches are available, everything is available, right from the district court to high courts. And now this integration of ICJS is going to really be useful. It would tell us where important criminals are being released, where important reports have been submitted or not submitted, where people are attending court dates or not. And again I say that it is not about technology. Technology you can always implement. You will always have technology which would ease things. It's about how you implement. And many times, business process reengineering comes with crisis. So when I used to handle traffic in Mumbai, we used to have one head of state. Like you would have some president or the prime minister of some other country. We used to have 3 of them per month. And in Mumbai, you cannot stop traffic. In Delhi, you can stop traffic. In other places, you can stop traffic. Mumbai has only, virtually one or two roads. Now with Eastern Freeway, you have another road. Otherwise, you have only one road which connects North and South Mumbai. If you stop that, the traffic jam would not be over for the next 4 hours. So I had a boss who was very open. He was also an engineer. He said, Brijesh, I give you this problem. Let's reduce people's waiting time. We were not talking about the VIP. He said, let's reduce people's waiting time. And how do we reduce people's waiting time? So what we did was that rather than having, a total stoppage of traffic, we came with this idea of moving the VIP in a small bubble. We totally re-engineered the process. That we talked to security, we said that how much clearance you need. So we decided a clearance, we created a clearance bubble, and then rather than stopping the traffic on this road, we used to, with time, thin the feeder roads. So if there were roads which were feeding this, we used to thin them slowly, so that when the VIP is approaching, if you put a barricade at the last moment, you don't have, 100 cars waiting there in line. So what we could achieve was that as the VIP was approaching, the traffic was thinning in front of him. And as he left, we started releasing, traffic from those feeder roads. So also when you stop traffic at the feeder roads, then people have an alternative. They can go from somewhere else. So it's very easy to re-engineer, business processes. In law and order, we always found that wherever we had problems, it was people basically crashing at the barricades. Now a simple process can be re-engineered. So when I used to handle law and order, what I used to do, I used to put 2 rows of barricades. One where the people would be there, a no man's land, and a third place behind which police was there. So there was no direct confrontation, and there was no occasion of lathi charge. Because if they are breaking that barricade, then they are already breaking law. Then they know what they are in for. So with simple things, you can, re-engineer these processes. And in government, let me make 2 contradictory statements. It's very difficult to do BPR. It's very easy to do BPR. I'll tell you why it is very easy. It's very easy because we are not a profit-oriented organization. So we do not have these kind of constraints. And why it is very difficult? It is very difficult because of the cultural aspects of government. Subcultural aspects of the government, vested interests, unnecessary formal mechanisms or procedures. Now, if you are ready to cut through this, you would find that you would be able to get results. I was given this responsibility of a new agency called Maharashtra Cyber. And when I joined, I was only one IG with one PN, and I did not have anybody. And we were given this huge responsibility of creating cyber labs in Maharashtra. We could create that. Okay, we created cyber labs. Now people asked that you have given this expensive equipment to your policemen. And generally people have a very low estimation of police, You see these movies and you see this and you think that we are stupid. We are not. We are not, please. You can come to us and we'll tell you. So, let me tell you that the average constable, that chappie is very smart. So, despite people's protest, what we did, I said, this is expensive equipment, okay, but let it be used. Because our experience with forensics was that we did a review on general forensics. Like we wanted to find out whether forensic equipment is being used or not. It was locked and kept in key because nobody wanted to spoil the equipment. So here we adopted the opposite approach. We said, let us give it to constables. We took the most expensive equipment. I gave ₹1 crore worth of equipment to each of my police district. 45 policing units, we made cyber labs, and we allowed constables to play. Sir, you will not believe, within a month, they were adept at using it. See, look at this. Does anybody give you a WhatsApp manual? Nobody gives you a manual for WhatsApp. You are using all the latest Android phones. Nobody is teaching you that. You automatically learn by doing it. So that is the approach we followed. We re-engineered it. We allowed them to play. We gave them a test bed of cases. We said, go play. Within a month, these people were great experts in using these technologies. And we found that, not only that, they started suggesting features, they dug out bugs in that, and they also gave process improvements to us. So somewhere we have to delegate, we have to find out what is the real objective. The real objective is of doing a particular thing, and it can be done. And if we have that flexibility, if we have that faith, and if we can delegate, we can re-engineer that process. It's not difficult. Technology is of great help and great use. Now, wherever you have technology, You have people from where you can get real-time data. In government, data collection is normally a separate entity. That somebody, you know, according to that Peters principle, which says, Parkinson's principle, which says that work will expand in proportion of number of people doing it. But here, what you can do is that you can actually combine various things, and technology can give you real-time data. And things can be solved in a very, very simple way. You just have to be flexible, you have to trust your people, and you have to look at the ultimate objective of what you want to do. If you want to make it easy for people, take people's feedback seriously. Many Norwegian countries, many Scandinavian countries have these sandboxes. So they have these innovation sandboxes where they call in people and they ask them, how should we do our work? So probably NISD can think of this and look at how things are being implemented and how they are scalable and replicable, because various apps are created which are neither scalable nor replicable to, they are successful silos in their own regard, but they are not generally replicated throughout the country. Somewhere we can look at these practices. We should see how we can use BPR, how we can use change management, how we can use delegation, and finally the objective of making life easy for people. And I think this would be a great success in the government sector. Thank you, sir.
If you implemented CCTNS in 1100 thanas, hats off to you. I think that no wonder you are one of the most progressive states in the country. I mean, and of course, well, I'll come back to Alexander again later in my concluding remarks. Now we have two people who are making presentations online, only one person. Will you kindly introduce the speaker?
Sure. So the next speaker who is joining us virtually is Shri Karthikeyan Neelakandan. He is the head of the Infosys India unit. He has been entrusted with the responsibility to represent the firm to clients, investors, governments and stakeholders. He has been heading large-scale national-level system integration programs with Government of India and BFSI sector covering AI and other emerging technologies. He has close to 30 years of experience spanning various industries. He is responsible for strategy, client acquisition, project delivery, and P&L for India and SARC for Infosys. And in his previous role, he was leading the financial services business in Europe and was instrumental in building significant relationships with some of the largest European banks. He is also the co-founder and CEO of a leading education technology company and an alumnus of NIIT. I would now request him to start his presentation.
Mr. Neelakandan, I must tell you, I'm J.R.K. Rao here. I'm the chair of the session. I mean, in the year of the Lord 1999, your predecessor Raghupati was here, almost at the same place, requesting for land for Infosys in the good old days. I think Raghupati was your predecessor in the chair in Infosys. Raghu was here in 99. I mean, they took land on 31st of March 2000 for taxation purposes. An office of Infosys was opened in High-Tech City and they took the land. I thought I'll just share my fond memories with your predecessor Raghupati. The turf is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Very much.
Yeah. Can you please bring up the deck also, the gentleman who is coordinating? Yes. So, good afternoon, esteemed panelists, all the delegates. I understand I will be between you and lunch, so I'll keep my presentation a little bit precise. If you go to the next slide, I'm planning to talk about three large-scale, national transformations, and these involve significant amount of process re-engineering. It involves leverage of digital technologies, and it, like typical of most digital projects, these are meant for driving easy accessibility to the citizens, the services, make the services affordable, drive efficiencies, both and eliminate wastage for the government, and such digital public infrastructure also enables us to respond fast to calamities, just like what we saw in the recent COVID pandemic. Another common thread across such digital public infrastructure is they tend to be open. They are based on open specifications because when you are designing and executing public projects, there is a need for transparency, there is a need for auditability, and more importantly, there is a need for interoperability. So that is a very critical success factor. Another point is such digital public infrastructure has to be trusted, inclusive, secure, and it should protect the privacy of the citizens. And there has to be inbuilt consent mechanisms to allow users control over their data. And kind of the success of initiatives like Aadhaar, UPI, and GST point to the fact that such programs, such infrastructure has to be simple and lightweight. If you may go to the next slide, Shri Rao was mentioning about two examples when he started. One of a success, another of a not so successful program. So I will touch upon a little bit on income tax also and give some historic perspective. The recent issues that were seen was more because of whenever we do large scale projects, the initial 6 months does happen to be turbulent. That was the same case when your other project was also launched back in 2010. But over a period of time, it stabilizes. Shri Brijesh Singh spoke about the change management aspect. It's very, very important to onboard all the stakeholders' perspectives. A lot of times what happens is that the specifications, especially for custom projects, specs are very important. If the specs are not comprehensive, if it doesn't encompass the view of all the stakeholders, it does happen that like in software, we have this terminology called as garbage in, garbage out. So lots of times things tend to be suboptimal. Be that as it may, I don't want the recency effect to undermine what has been achieved on the income tax program over the last 10-12 years. So there is some amount of empirical data that I have shown you here. So you will see that over the last decade or so, there has been a 10x increase in people who are filing electronically. Back in 2010, 2011, most filings used to be physical, paper-based filings. And it used to take as much as 140 days to process returns. And if you move forward, we see that 140 days has now come down to less than 30 days very recently. And also, if you look at it, the portal has become a place where all the information regarding the taxpayer filings have been consolidated. Their past assessment data is there. The digital copy of their ITRs is there. This gives a lot of assurance to taxpayers that they can get here and then swiftly file it. They've also seen the reduction in the filing and processing time over the years. And therefore, people have switched to electronic mode of filing. It used to be that there used to be a process called as ITR verification, which is once you have filed it, the taxpayer had to send physical copies. First it was decentralized, then the process was re-engineered to centralize at Bangalore. And this led to a reduction in processing time. And then sometime in 2014, the government introduced something called as a EVC, or an electronic verification code. And today you can do EVC electronic verifications through multiple modes like Aadhaar, net banking, through your DMAT, through your digital signature. Now that has further accelerated the whole electronic adoption. And now you can see that there is over 90% of the returns are filed electronically. The other point that I do want to make was regarding what is called as rectifications. If you may please go to the next slide. Yeah, so here I'm showing you some data about the average time that has taken to process. It is coming down, it is less than 30 days. It will, next year we expect it to be on an average 15 days, and with bulk of the returns, more than 80% of the returns can be processed in less than a week, and there would be returns which would get done in less than 24 hours. And this is because of a combination of course, process re-engineering, but also leveraging the power of technology to drive through STP. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so this slide talks about the rectification, which means that taxpayers go ahead and submit corrections to their past filings. And if you look at it, it used to be 5% some time back, and now it has come down to 0.5% of the returns filed. And this is primarily because there has been simplification of the forms. There are pre-filling of the ITR forms, and also there are checks which are done on the client side when somebody enters data, and this ensures that there is a reduction on the rectification. And this does save, of course, time for the taxpayers, time for the department. And the other thing which has significantly changed over a period of time is the process of issuing refunds. The refund issue 10 years back was a totally manual process. It used to take on an average 15 days from the receipt of documents. People had to provide documents like cancelled check, proof of identity, address, and all that. And in slowly the government simplified these processes. We used to provide people access on the portal based on their login credentials. We used to kind of authenticate and run it as a batch process once in a week. And then we still simplified it. We ran batch process once in 6 hours. So now it is the efficiency and the effectiveness of the whole refund process keeps improving, and we believe that this will lead to taxpayer kind of satisfaction. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of other kind of features which we believe will lead to further kind of simplification, pre-fills of forms, leveraging on data from various other kind of sources, and also kind of a call center which handles in nearly 12 languages now. There is an integrated communication management for taxpayers, so that whether their queries are raised through a mobile channel or an IVR call center channel or through an email channel, there is kind of a visibility and continuity. So we believe that this is one project, and of course we saw through the peak filing last week around close to 5.9 crore returns have been filed successfully, and they will be processed this month. And we believe that the change management now is settling down, and we do believe that the long-term benefit that this program has driven to the department far outweighs some of the shorter-term challenges we have faced. I request you to move to the next slide. In this, I want to talk about another pretty significant project which has helped citizens, which is the Postal Department. So we have worked with the Department of Post for digitizing their what is called as the banking part. If you see in the Postal Department, while there is a mail operations, there is kind of citizens go to the post office, they would like to open a post office savings account, recurring deposit, term deposit, Kisan Vikas Patra, and various other products are there. And they also go to Postal Department for taking Rural Postal Life Insurance, RPLI and PLI. This used to take about 30 days. And over the last 8 years, there has been a 90% improvement. Today, if you go open a Postal Life Insurance, it can be done in less than 3 days' time. And it was a huge exercise to digitize the entire data. The data going back to pre-independence was digitized. Postal Department had 21 regional offices with disparate databases, and everything had to be consolidated. And today DOP is a testimony of the world's largest core banking implementation. Finacle has been implemented. Similarly, a huge amount of the insurance related data has been moved to the core insurance platform. Next slide, please. And this is an interesting project. We call it as a rural systems integration project. In this, there are, out of the 155,000 post offices, 25,000 are physical offices. Postmen on the field have been given a device. This device connects to the core banking backend and the core insurance backend. It enables the postman to authenticate the users. It enables thermal printing, fingerprint scanning. It enables opening new accounts, eKYC. It enables the postman to collect insurance premiums and almost any use case which can be realized from the central post office or a physical sub-post office can be done by the postman on the field. And this has this is deployed on the ground now and it is scaling up. And this is another example that I would talk about how we've been able to drive accessibility, availability, and also trust. The trust in the postal network is so huge, and now we are equipping postmen with, and we were a bit apprehensive because an average postman is like an 8th standard pass. And like Shri Brijesh ji said, change management, we were very reluctant whether how it would get adopted. And to our pleasant surprise, this was adopted very well, and it has been a runaway success. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is more about the social and business impact of the rural systems integration project. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So here I would like to kind of wind up my session by talking about another very significant project which has totally revolutionized the way we collect and manage the indirect taxation, the way the government interacts with small and medium SME segments, small businesses. Around 1.3 crore taxpayers are now part of this GST network. It is amongst the largest indirect taxation platform network, which is built on open source. Can you please go to the next slide? And government has selected us to conceptualize and design and execute this. And we have adopted a platform-based approach, API-based. This has enabled the development of the ecosystem. Players like the GST Suvidha providers now interact with the system on behalf of their customers. And this is highly available. The RTO and RPO of the system is like almost zero. About ability to drive 2.5 lakh transactions per second. So it's a highly performant, hugely scalable with very stringent security because the entire country's economic data is sitting on this system. And we've been able to, both from a business process perspective and a technology perspective, digitize the entire value chain. And there are 3 specific aspects I would like to talk about in my latest slide. If you can please go to the next slide. Yeah, you can still step. Next one. Next one. Yes. I think the 3 key benefits of GST that I want to talk about. One is that we've driven digitization to enable ease of doing business. There is this concept of e-way bill which we have introduced. And then the third one is about e-invoicing. All these things are very revolutionary if you look at it. The first one, which is about the digitalization. Now, prior to GST, there used to be 30 plus indirect taxes across the country. But now we are ensuring a seamless flow of credit across the country. We have eliminated the cascading impact of taxation and thus reducing the cost. We have standardized the procedures across registration, refunds, returns, tax payments. We provided a single interface to the taxpayer across the country. And I think one of my previous speakers spoke about faceless assessment. So we have a paperless and a faceless compliance system now. This has eliminated the need to visit the tax authorities. Previously, that was seen by the SMEs and the smaller, not the big corporate, smaller taxpayers as some kind of a very onerous task. So now we have eliminated need for that, and this has reduced the time and effort. And there is an automated refund mechanism. This is very, very important for small businesses where working capital is precious. Now, in terms of outcomes, such improvement in compliance has reduced the taxpayer kind of spending, right? He used to spend 105 hours. This is according to CBIC data. Now taxpayers spend 36 hours. And for smaller taxpayers, people with turnover less than 5 crores, there is about 35 lakh taxpayers. The number of return filing has been brought down from 12 to 4. So essentially, and then this whole auto population of returns by data from various sources, Aadhaar-based KYC, all these things have simplified the processes, reduced time for the taxpayers. So net-net, the government has benefited from increased taxpayer base. It has doubled since GST was launched. The revenue collections have been consistently above 1 lakh crore. And more importantly, the compliances range upwards of 80%, and some forms like GSTR 3B, it is like up to 93%. The next slide talks about the e-way bill. This is again a big innovation, which is the abolition of checkposts across the states. When good passes between different states, previously the lorry drivers or over the passenger goods, all these had to have different documents. They
Mr. Nilkandan, you have to close early.
And
running short of time.
Sorry, was somebody saying something?
No, I think you need to wind up fast. Thank you.
Okay, I will wind it up. So basically, in terms of the e-way bill, what it has done is it has ensured that we significantly improve the logistics part of it. The supply chain costs have been driven down, and since we launched it, we have over 63 lakh transporters who enrolled on it, and over 2+ crores of vehicles who have entered using this. The third innovation is about e-invoicing. So the next slide, please. From an e-invoicing perspective, this is a new system where B2B transactions are authenticated electronically by GSTN. And the biggest benefits are because of getting rid of physical invoices, printing, storage, processing, all that is reduced. And also there is better accuracy, there is easier reconciliation, and the customer service calls have gone down. And the e-invoicing also ensures automated flow of data into GST returns. So overall, all these things have improved the compliance, reduced the operational human errors, and enabled easier reconciliation. The evidence is there. Since November 2021, in the last 6-7 months, over 100+ crore e-invoices have been generated. And the final slide that I have, we have set up what is called as a business intelligence and fraud analytics unit within GSTN. And what this has done is, this has ensured that we are able to nab the fake input tax credit, people who are seeking fake input tax credits. We are able to improve the compliance and the amount of money the department has been able to save because of compliance violations is not insignificant. So I would like to now wrap up this presentation. Basically, I would like to thank the NASD for giving me this opportunity, and back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Karthikeyan Nilkandan. Let me tell you that Mr. Harish Kumar, who headed the CPC Bangalore project, he was all praise for Infosys for the outstanding work they did for income tax. And it is at his behest, we picked up the manager in charge of that center. Soundar Rajan has joined NISG. Let me tell you that the goodwill of Infosys is such. You're at the backbone of income tax. You're at the backbone of GST. And of course, we were also sad that you never cared to bid for the e-passport Seva 2.0 even though it's a very big project. So whenever any big project is conceived of in Government of India, the top of the mind recall of a name of a company is Infosys. That's the goodwill there. Now, it's my pleasure to say a few words of summary on behalf as a chair. I would start with Mr. Nagendranath, who came from who retired from Indian Telecom Service and is with the National Security Advisor's Office today. He started off by saying that how important it is to listen to stakeholders, not only consultation, listening to them. That's the point he tried to make. Then he focused on the hygiene of websites, and he says we must bring trust and clarity to citizens. Now, in the world of surveillance capitalism, I don't know how much a citizen can trust any website at all which you visit. And then he says cyber security and cyber hygiene should be at the back of the mind while you procure any hardware or software. And then he says, unless otherwise informed, you should suspect every equipment you are buying in this country. So I think this has been true for time immemorial. But what do? All your aircrafts come either from Boeing or Airbus, and we only make a hull of a ship. 90% of the ship is imported. So no equipment is made in the country. Only the hull is made. The value addition in shipbuilding in this country is 18%. So what do? All your aircrafts belong to them. Anyway, thank you very much for your enlightened insights into the whole subject. Now then I come to Amit Shah. I mean, he blew us away by saying that they implemented e-office in the Union Territory of Kashmir. This is amazing. The second thing which went unnoticed, which he said was this, the bhagidari of the people. Let me tell you, Amit, if you are really doing it, wherein Janta ki bhagidari, it will not be long before you become a Kerala of the country. I was a special election observer for the state of Kerala. I didn't find a pothole in around 2,000 plus kilometers I traveled in a car. I asked, why is it there are no potholes in Kerala? Then they said, it is because the Janta ki bhagidari. Every tender of the road which is given away, the local people know. And somebody stands at the site to make sure the contractor, he complies with the specification. And with the result, I mean, the roads are fantastic. Let me tell you, if you really implement the Janta ki bhagidari, you'll be the next Kerala in India. I must admire you for that.
Sir, just to add for the knowledge of the house and everybody's knowledge, we have already done in this short tenure of mine, we have done 100% open. I think police land records and police data are the two things. So in this short tenure, we have got total land records of J&K open to the public. We have done 100% scanning of 20 districts, old legacy data till date. And all land revenue records are open to the public. They can take it and they can use it. And secondly, the legacy data of CCTNS. It's already on my data center. So police and revenue are already alongside.
Next time I drive in Kashmir, I'll see how you compare with Kashmir. Thank you very much for the insights. Then my good friend Vijay Singh, you bring me back after a long time. Somebody spoke about Alexander in this country. In fact, we should be grateful to Alexander he came because he was a student of Aristotle. And I always admired Alexander because he crossed the sea at Brandelis and he crossed at a place called Helen's Pond. And it's a small strip of water which connects the Sea of Marmara with the Aegean Sea. It is said that he crossed the sea and he threw a spear into the ground, saying that I have conquered Asia. Till then, nobody came from the other side. The Prince of Macedonia. Now, you should now further do a research. When there was no GPS, how did he choose to cross the sea at the narrowest best point? I mean, when there was no GPS, how did he do it? That's a big thing. We're talking about 325 BC. 2,350 years, 75 years ago. It's an amazing achievement. So since you started with Alexander, I thought I should trigger your thought saying that there's more to Alexander, which has a common interest. In any case, hats off to government of Maharashtra, which is seen as a progressive state. If I implemented CCTNS in 1100 thanas, as you said, it's a major achievement. But among all the speakers, he is the person who really emphasized the fact that it's all about attitude and change management. I didn't want to say it because they thought that I'll sound as if I'm from the IAS. No. You should see the processes in government are written in such a way, they are a part of the hierarchy. The hierarchical thinking of the government comes into the processes. People who don't want to add value also want to look at the file because it's a question of ego. So it is the structure of the government which gets replicated in the process. And unless we look at those structures, we can't change the processes. To that extent, you are absolutely right. Change management is all about attitudinal change. I didn't want to say it. I mean, our colleagues will, when we started doing the e-passport seva, the greatest resistance came from regional passport officers. They thought their power is going away. I remember 20 years ago, whoever got posted as regional passport officer Hyderabad, I was trying to befriend him because there are always requests from the members of the extended family to put in a word. Now, nobody asks for any help regarding a passport. That is the achievement of business process reengineering. The biggest resistance, we did the first business process reengineering of passports in the Bangalore. Mr. Ravindran is now our, I think, Consul General in New York. He was in charge. The resistance came from the internal hierarchy. 3 people we should remember on this day for the success story. Mr. Shiv Shankar Menon as Secretary, Mr. Saras Sabharwal as Additional Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, and then Mr. R. Swaminathan, who was the Joint Secretary. One thing I admire the Foreign Service about it, they wanted to make e-passport seva a success. They didn't transfer the director for 5 years. On a later date, the director said, because of NISG, my career went haywire because I got stuck for 5 years. But it is because of the continuation of a person in the seat, the success came in. So it is an attitudinal change, and that's a huge challenge. And unless we do away with the number of levels in the government, you can't talk about business process reengineering. Now, this is for debate for later day. My colleague S.N. Tripathi is here. He is the head of the Indian Institute of Public Administration in Delhi. I think we should think about it. Now, finally, my colleague Karthikeyan Neelakandan, I mean, the less said about the Infosys, the better. I have great admiration for Infosys because recently I saw a statistic that the second largest employers of women in this country, they have over 1 lakh women employees. This is a major achievement indeed. Highly praiseworthy. Besides their contribution to GST and also to income tax. As I said, the CPC project which income tax the Infosys people did was a runaway success. The present portal had some glitches because beta testing wasn't given enough time. Perhaps had it been introduced next year, it would have been as big a success story. And having said that, hats off to the e-way bill. When we talk about e-way bill and GST, the credit of success goes to 2 persons. One is Infosys as an organization, and second, that great soul who is no more on the surface of the earth, called Arun Jaitley. Let me tell you, it is this personality of Mr. Arun Jaitley who could take all political parties on board and get a constitutional amendment done, because of which we have GST. In this country, we don't remember people who have contributed and who have left us. It is the personality of Arun Jaitley which made GST a success. And to the credit of Infosys, they are the backbone of GST, I know that. And today, if you read the brown papers, Economic Times or Business Standard, the number of e-way bills generated are a precursor to GDP for the growth for the next month. So, thanks to Infosys, we have a metric by which we are looking at economy. I thank all the colleagues who shared the dais with me, and Mr. Karthikeyan Neelakandan is there, I hope, for having, given us tremendous insights into business process reengineering and the way citizens can participate. I enjoyed being with them. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank the panel members and the people present here. And I would also request Mr. G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, IRS Commissioner Electronic Service Delivery, Special Commissioner E-Governance, MD TSTS, to please come on stage to give away the mementos to our panelists. And can we all clap, please? I would first request Shri J. Ramakrishna Rao, CEO, NISG, Chairperson, to please come forward and receive the memento. And while we are doing that, can we all clap, please? Thank you, sir. Now I would request Shri G. Nagendranath, JS, National Security Council Secretariat, to please come forward to receive the memento. Now I would request Shri Amit Sharma, CEO, Jammu and Kashmir E-Governance Agency, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, to please come forward to receive the memento. Now I would request Shri Vijay Singh sir, ADDL, DGP, Maharashtra Police, to please come forward to receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir. And with this, we are done with plenary session 5. And our next plenary session is scheduled in some time, so I'll get back and revert on the timings again. Thank you. As we are running a little late, so we'll only break for 20 minutes. We'll be meeting again sharp at 2 o'clock for plenary session 6. So please be on time so that we can be on time again. So I expect all of you to see here at 2 o'clock again. Thank you.
The government dedicates these solutions to the city.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after the lunch. And now we are ready to start our plenary session 6, which is replicability and sustainability in the e-governance best practices. The participants are Dr. Charu Malhotra, Head Center of E-Governance and Associate Professor, IIPA Chair; Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary, RD, Ministry of Rural Development; Shri Sanjay R. Bhoos Reddy, Commissioner Cane and Sugar, Government of UP; Shri Rohit Malpani, SP, CID Cybercrime, Government of HP; Dr. Jitendra Kumar Soni, District Collector, Nagaur, Government of Rajasthan;
Yeah, I welcome all the esteemed panelists to the stage for the plenary session 6, which would be on replicability and sustainability in e-governance. The best practices would be discussed. I request Dr. Charu Malhotra, Head, Center for eGov and Associate Professor IIPA, who would be chairing the session. It would be also the panelists would be Dr. Ashish Goyal, Additional Secretary, Rural Development, Ministry of Rural Development, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Soni, District Collector Nagaur, Government of Rajasthan, Mr. IPS Sethi, who is from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Professor Dharmendra Singh, a professor from IIT Roorkee, who would be joining us virtually. So I request all the panelists on stage to begin this discussion.
We would request the panel to start the discussion. Thank you. Well, can we have the presentation, please?
Namaskar, all the offline participants and online participants too. It's a pleasure and a challenge to be the last, panel, and that also to head that panel when your panel experts are not just rejuvenated, but are satiated with wonderful food, which arrangements of the host state of Telangana as well as DRPG along with METI has done for us. So our heartiest thanks to them before we may start. As you are aware, the name of the panel itself is provoking us to think again and revisit our fundamentals in terms of e-governance, sustainability and replicability. So as an academic or as a professor, you could say my job is to revisit academics and bring it back to practice, and that's why probably we are invited to almost all the events which need a lot of brainstorming and deliberation. So we move on to understand that whenever we would visit the basic understanding of e-governance, it brings us, we could move ahead, please. Yeah, so it brings us to various important concepts which we should never lose sight of. These concepts, right from the benefits that are expected in terms of transparency and accountability, to efficiency and effectiveness, boil down to, as METI Secretary Shri Ajay Kumar Sani said, to have wonderful interfaces where we have single sign-on, where we have collated experiences of multi-center coming together or converging as one unit, as well as to ensure that they are multilingual. And all this is to ensure that the citizens themselves are satisfied, or as Chief Minister to Telangana was convey to each member of the event here, that societal good is the main reason of technology. So with this background, the main understanding that comes to us is that only the wearer knows where the shoe pinches. That means if the focus of e-governance is all about citizens, then citizens themselves should be included in the processes of governance so that we have systems that are sustainable, satisfying their needs, and can eventually be replicated. So with that background, we are reminded to have robust feedback in all the setups, and we saw that happening even during the gold medalist winners of the event, that citizens were taken as co-creators of the initiative. We move on. Now, citizens of which country? This is just a glimpse of what our country is. It is diverse. It is striving to fulfill basic needs and aspirations of various continents of people in themselves who have different context and different background. So with that in our mind, is it really important to remember how to take them or elicit their feedback? Or is it between the designer and the programmer to restrain themselves? No, we have to still consider the main beneficiary in the process so that benefits of e-governance are understood. So with that background, we move on. And I must bring to the notice of each and every delegate in this event, offline and online both, that IAPA has strived a lot to come up with Indian-centric citizen consultation rounds, where we experimented that how do we elicit response of people so that our initiatives are more meaningful and can deliver ultimate societal good. So this is just one glimpse which happened in 2009. We move on to culminate all these learnings from elsewhere in the ecosystem of our country. It is not just that think tanks like IAP are working, it is also Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, erstwhile known as Day-2, came up with e-governance assessment framework in 2014 to measure or benchmark certain KPIs of e-government and e-governance initiatives. We also parallelly saw DARPG very robustly hand-holding these initiatives to share the practices through national conferences, where, as we saw it when we were coming here, know, connect and learn from each other was the main theme I have felt in last 7 to 8 events that I've been able to attend. And an outcome of that for advantage of each of you, when I was talking to the participants here, the delegates here, we learned that each of them have learned a lot because of NCEG. We had this representation from Punjab who shared with me that he learned about e-Gazette of Punjab from here, which was of Himachal from here. Similarly, we saw Bhubaneswar land use intelligence system, which we believe has been replicated by Jharkhand as well as by Ranchi. We also know DRPG and CGG has come up with Global Good Governance Index, FOPA excused, good governance indicators which have already been replicated at district good governance indicators by again an award-winning initiative. So such events go a long way for application. We heard Dr. Jitendra Singh yesterday reminding us to not just conduct this at national level, but also at regional levels, where he reminded us to collaborate, co-create and enhance the experiences from like-minded states of the country that should come together and replicate and improve the initiatives. So we move on. To sum up these experiences, and before I request all my eminent speakers to come forth, I have just summarized the process of sustaining and replicating through a model or conceptual framework of PPT. That means focus on people, ensure that they are onboarded right from the user to the designer to the implementer to the ultimate beneficiary. We should ensure that processes which we heard CEO NEGD in the morning reminding us about, that these processes should always be simple, efficient, citizen-centric and cost-effective, and he gave us tangible examples to support this. And finally, technology, the last building block, not the first one, which should, as was discussed in the previous session to us, that how interoperability, India enterprise architecture, open standard scalability, security, privacy and agility. That means we have a spiral loop of self-improvement in the system, which will ensure that systems are acceptable as well as replicable. So I would just move on to close this discussion before I invite my speakers. we could move ahead. That our goal eventually is not just 5 years from now or 10 years of decade, which is our first milestone, but the final milestone is to achieve governance by 2047, which Honorable Prime Minister said should be focusing on governance more, should be a flat structure, should be based on emerging technologies from where the decade goals come, and eventually should be citizen-centric and citizen-inclusive. So this is just my initial set of thoughts. The rumblings would immature when we would hear our eminent speakers. So, but before I close, my vehement thanks to DARPG, such an able team with a wonderful team leader. My thanks to METI for sponsoring this event, to State of Telangana for making this a memorable experience as always, and of course to IAPA for permitting us to learn throughout. Thanks a lot. So with this, thank you. With this, I would request Dr. Ashish to come and share with us his experiences. Dr. Ashish? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session, so understandably the attendance is very less, so I won't further belabor the theories and those words which you have already heard in the last few sessions. So I am here to share my thoughts on two things. One is the replicability and the other is sustainability. Replicability has become much easier as we go forward in development of IT systems because of presence of cloud and open source softwares. The same would not be available a few years ago, and any IT or e-governance system that one developed had this threat of capture by already entrenched contractors or consultant or software developers. That is not the case anymore. So now the IT systems that we develop can be made scalable, modular, flexible, and as MIT has come out with enterprise architecture called India. Now the version 2 is also there, and different elements are pluggable. Aadhaar ecosystem is a classic example of how flexible, scalable and pluggable elements can come together, and whichever element sees innovation or technology upgrade, you can upgrade that particular element of the system and leaving the rest as it is. I am looking after PMGSY also. PMGSY runs on a strong IT backbone, and it is a modular system which is called OMAS, and whichever extension, whichever portion we want to upgrade, we are easily able to upgrade that portion, leaving the other portions as it is. So that is how an IT system should be, and it can be then scalable and replicable. As Secretary DRPG had mentioned yesterday, one nation, one portal, that vision of Honorable Prime Minister would be realized easily, I would say, because now the IT systems are pluggable, they are scalable, and data porting is much easier now from one system to the other. So that is about the scalability and replicability of the system. Number two, about the sustainability. How do we make the e-governance system or any IT application stick? What makes it stick is, of course, the citizen convenience. But even if a system gives huge citizen convenience, it can fail in the face of resistance by employees. Many of the best systems have fallen to disuse. I don't want to name certain states, but Many states had TomTom, that RTO system, driving license system, registration of vehicle system has been automated and it has been IT enabled. But when you actually go to the site, there are many things that you cannot do. You cannot make payment easily, or there are certain hitches when one will have to go to the RTO office perforce. So in the face of employee resistance or bad design, the sustainability will be a casualty. I would give you a few anecdotes. I was a collector in 2004, and it had been already more than 10 years since the state and the central government were after collectors to computerize land records. We called it Khatoni in Uttar Pradesh. So land records were not getting computerized. We were being given examples of Karnataka and Gujarat where land records were computerized, but in Uttar Pradesh it had been more than 10 years. Every year there used to be huge meetings and complaints that land records could not be computerized. So what changed the thing was one strong leader and regulatory change. The strong leader ensured that all collectors get in line. The regulatory change was that after a particular time, the handwritten land record will not be recognized. So perforce, the land records were computerized in a record time of less than 1 year. What could not be attained in the last 10 years was attained in 1 year. So leadership as well as some regulatory change attained it. I was managing director of UP Roadways called UPSRTC. So I had started introducing ITMS, Intelligent Transport Management System. In that, we made sure that the e-ticket machine that we give to the bus conductors, that is the only mode of issuing tickets. Manual mode was totally outlawed. So it made the system stick. So sometimes, in addition to the citizen convenience, we will have to build in a factor where either the resistance of employees is either done away due to their ease of work or ease of procedure or through a regulatory mechanism. And third system that I would like to say, I was in Power Corporation and we introduced online payment of electricity bills. That did not stick because there was no compulsion. So because of employee resistance, that system did not work, and it worked only after a few years when the other payment system were made more inconvenient, and it was made more convenient, and there was performance indicators where when executive engineers were ranked on what is the intensity of online payments in their respective jurisdiction. So so you would have to make certain regulatory changes or make the system payment linked or approval linked or license based totally on online systems to make the system stick so that it does not fall in the face of employee resistance. Our intervention, which has got the silver prize yesterday, it is called EMARG, Electronic Maintenance of Rural Road. So in this, we have been trying that for last 20 years, the central government is trying that states spend sufficient amount of money on maintenance of roads, which has not been happening. And rural roads had everybody had a huge complaint that we build roads but do not maintain them. So this system ensured total government process re-engineering, from inspections to submission of bills to verification of bills. And I would not go into detail how business process re-engineering was done, but it made sure, it made it mandatory on the part of executive engineers that all the inspections, all the payments, all the processing of bills related to maintenance of roads will be done only through this portal, and only this figure which has been paid through this portal will be recognized as maintenance expenditure. And then we linked it to release of program funds by the central government. So what we attained in 1 year was that there was a 30% increase in the maintenance expenditure by the states in just 1 year despite COVID restrictions. So apart from a good design, apart from scalability, some kind of regulatory or payment based or approval based or licensing based mandatoriness is necessary to make IT systems stick. So that is my input, and we are now looking for scaling up this system to include maintenance of all rural roads, which can be used by all the departments looking after road maintenance in all the states. So we are moving towards the dream of one country, one portal, as far as maintenance of rural roads is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Indeed, heartening. Dr. Ashish, as some of you would already know, is Additional Secretary in Telangana State. And the joy of having an academics as a chair is that whatever theories we give, we have practitioners like Dr. Ashish to validate that. He talked about KPIs, the role of leadership. He talked about GPR, so he brought in all the PPT aspects through anecdotes which were heartening. And he started with technology as a building block, where he talked about India enterprise architecture. So thank you, Dr. Ashish. And now the joy of welcoming a young officer with us, who is looked into various aspects of UP as well as Rajasthan. So yeah, Rajasthan, I remember that. So we have Dr. Jatendra Kumar Soni, who is District Collector Nagaur for Government of Rajasthan. And you have 5 to 7 minutes to your credit. Thank you.
नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं सेक्रेटरी सर श्रीनिवास सर और पूरी डीआरपीजी की टीम को इस चीज़ के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने हमें मौका दिया। जो टॉपिक है उस टॉपिक पे बहुत सीनियर लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ, पर मैं 2010 बैच से हूँ और मैंने जो कुछ समझा है वो ये समझा है कि कई बार चीज़ें हमारे पास किसी समस्या के तौर पे आती हैं और हम उसका निपटारा करने के लिए या उसको निपटाने के लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज़ों की तरफ सोचते हैं, जबकि समाधान हमारे पास केवल कोऑर्डिनेशन से भी पॉसिबल हो सकता है। हमने एक सिलिकोसिस केयर एक छोटा सा इनिशिएटिव लिया था हाथ में। मैं नागौर डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ। राजस्थान के बारे में जो जानते हैं, नागौर 17,500 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर का एक बड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जो 7 अदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट को टच करता है। यहाँ पे 3 मेजर मिनरल और 12 माइनर मिनरल हैं, और माइनिंग से रिलेटेड काम ज़्यादा होने की वजह से, जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि जो सरफेस लेवल पे माइनिंग होती है तो उसके बहुत छोटे छोटे 2 से 5 माइक्रोन के सिलिका के जो टुकड़े हैं वो इनहेल करते वक्त लंग्स में जाते हैं और धीरे धीरे लंग्स काम करना बंद करते हैं। और जब उसको बहुत ज़्यादा कफ आता है वो डॉक्टर के पास जाता है और डॉक्टर डायग्नोज करके एक्सरे के बाद उसको बताता है कि अब तुम्हें सिलिकोसिस हो गया है। और जैसे उसको पता लगता है कि सिलिकोसिस हो गया है, हम सब जानते हैं कि उसके पास फिर 5, 7 और अधिकतम 10 साल होते हैं। तो सरकार की 6 डिपार्टमेंट अलग अलग मिलकर राजस्थान सरकार के ऐसे पेशेंट्स के लिए काम करते हैं। मैंने जुलाई 2020 में नागौर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ज्वाइन किया था, और ज्वाइन करने के कुछ एक दिनों के बाद जब मुझे पता लगा कि बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने जानकारी के अभाव में या बारंबार अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में जाने की वजह से उनको दिक्कत थी, तो उन्होंने एक लाभ या 2 डिपार्टमेंट के लाभ लिए, बाकी डिपार्टमेंट का लाभ नहीं लिया। एक बहुत छोटा सा सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी वीडियो है, वो 1-2 मिनट का वीडियो है, उसको देखेंगे फिर उसके बाद मैं वापस सबमिट करूँ। प्लीज़ चलाएं।
अन्य निर्माण कार्यों के दौरान उड़ने वाली डस्ट जब श्वास के जरिए शरीर में जाती है तो इनमें काम करने वाले मजदूर जाने अनजाने ही सिलिकोसिस रोग की चपेट में आ जाते हैं। धीरे धीरे मरीज के फेफड़े खराब होने लगते हैं, जिससे सिलिकोसिस एक जानलेवा बीमारी बन जाती है। नागौर जिले में सिलिकोसिस मरीजों की संख्या ज्यादा है। सिलिकोसिस पीड़ितों को शीघ्र अनुग्रह राशि देने के साथ अन्य योजनाओं से लाभान्वित करने के लिए एक नवाचार के तौर पर सिलिकोसिस केयर अभियान चलाया गया। सिलिकोसिस केयर अभियान के प्रथम चरण में माह अगस्त में सिलिकोसिस के विशेष शिविर आयोजित किए गए, जिसमें श्रमिकों की चिकित्सकों द्वारा जांच की गई और सिलिकोसिस पीड़ितों को सिलिकोसिस पेंशन योजना व पालनहार योजना से लाभान्वित किया गया और न्यूट्रिशन पैकेट्स का वितरण भी किया गया। अभियान के द्वितीय चरण में सिलिकोसिस पीड़ितों को अनुग्रह राशि के साथ विभिन्न योजनाओं का लाभ देने के लिए सिलिकोसिस केयर डेटाबेस तैयार किया गया, जिसके माध्यम से सभी योजनाओं का एकल प्रारूप तैयार किया गया। डेटाबेस में ऑफलाइन एवं ऑनलाइन अनुग्रह राशि से लाभान्वित सभी पीड़ितों का डेटा अपडेट किया गया है। सिलिकोसिस मरीज के टीबी हॉस्पिटल से सर्टिफाइड होते ही सिलिकोसिस केयर फॉर्म में ऑनलाइन एंट्री की जाती है, जिससे मरीज का डेटा सिलिकोसिस।
इससे पहले क्या था कि जैसे ही वो हॉस्पिटल में गया, उसको सिलिकोसिस का पेशेंट बताया डॉक्टर ने, उसके बाद उसको सबसे पहले जो चीज चाहता था वो ये चाहता था कि मुझे सरकार की तरफ से 3 लाख रुपए जीवित पे और मृत व्यक्ति के लिए 2 लाख मिलते हैं। तो वो 3 लाख लेने के बाद उसको पता भी नहीं लगता था, तो 6 अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में उसको जाना पड़ता था। हमने बहुत गूगल फॉर्म, एक बहुत छोटा सा एक काम हाथ में लिया। एक तो एक्सेल शीट बनाई, जितने भी पिछले 10-12 साल में जीवित, 10 साल तक जो जीवित या जो मर चुके हैं उनकी सूची बनाई, और आगे से जब कभी भी कोई पेशेंट अब जांच करने के लिए जाता है, इस ढंग से गूगल शीट में उसका डेटा डालना शुरू किया। उसको बस एक बार जाना है हॉस्पिटल में, और जैसे ही वो सिलिकोसिस उसका आइडेंटिफाई होगा, डायग्नोज होगा, उसके बाद उसको कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। 6 डिपार्टमेंट के सारे काम हम करेंगे। ये आगे वीडियो में आगे चलाएंगे प्लीज।
इसके उपरांत संबंधित विभागों को ईमेल के माध्यम से डेटा अपडेट का नोटिफिकेशन मिलता है। खनिज एवं श्रमिक विभाग द्वारा मरीज को दी जाने वाली सहायता राशि शीघ्र ही मरीज के खाते में हस्तांतरित कर दी जाती है। समाज कल्याण विभाग द्वारा मरीज को पेंशन एवं पालनहार योजना से तथा खाद्य सुरक्षा आपूर्ति विभाग द्वारा खाद्य सुरक्षा से जोड़ दिया जाता है। इसके बाद सिलिकोसिस केयर डेटाबेस में योजना से लाभान्वित करने की जानकारी अपडेट की जाती है। सिलिकोसिस केयर प्रोजेक्ट की सफलता का अंदाजा हम इस बात से लगा सकते हैं कि जहां अप्रैल 2019 से पहले जिले में सिर्फ 609 सिलिकोसिस लाभार्थी थे, वहीं अब लाभार्थियों की संख्या 2000 से अधिक हो गई है। इनको दी जाने वाली कुल अनुग्रह राशि भी 7 करोड़ से बढ़कर 38 करोड़ से अधिक हो गई है।
ना पहले भाटे घना खोजा पर काम एक मिस्त्री और गांव में बनाया।
ठीक है, ये
काम कोई शब्द रंग के
पीपीटी वाला लगा दो बस उस पे। तो इस तरीके से बहुत छोटा सा एक गूगल शीट और एक्सेल के इस्तेमाल से हमने ये कोशिश की कि जितने भी लोग हैं, लगभग 2000 लोग हैं, इन लोगों तक पहुंचा जाए। तो इसमें क्या है कि जो व्यक्ति जीवित है उसको 3 लाख रुपए, 1500 रुपए उसको मंथली पेंशन मिलता है। उसके अगर बच्चे 18 साल से नीचे हैं तो 3 बच्चों तक 1000 रुपीज यानी 3000 रुपए वो मिलते हैं। उसको NFSA का वीट मिलता है। इस तरीके के जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो हमने कोशिश की कि उनको मिलें। इसको बहुत सिंपल तरीके से अगर हम समझें तो ऐसे समझ सकते हैं कि जब से ये स्कीम शुरू हुई है 2014 से जुलाई 2020 तक अगर पहले 100 रुपीज़ दिए गए थे, तो पिछले 1 साल में हम 27 रुपीज़ और उसमें ऐड कर पाए। और इसका फ़ायदा ये हुआ कि जो सिलिकोसिस के पेशेंट थे उनको ये पता लगने लगा कि मेरे को इस प्रकार से 6 डिपार्टमेंट का फ़ायदा मिलता है। कुछ लोग तो ऐसे भी थे जिनके अंदर फैमिली के अंदर जो मुखिया था उसकी डेथ हो गई, उसकी वाइफ को, उनके बच्चों को पता भी नहीं था। पर जब हमने ये शीट बनाया तो हमें लगभग 200 लोग ऐसे मिले जिन्होंने किसी भी तरह का कोई बेनिफिट नहीं लिया था। हमने उनकी फैमिली तक अप्रोच किया, उनको ये लाभ दिया। सिलिकोसिस केयर और जो मेरा टॉपिक है, मैं अगर इसको दोनों को जोड़ना चाहूँ तो मैं इसको ऐसे समझता हूँ कि जब भी हम फील्ड में काम करते हैं हमारे पास बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं। तरीका तो ये भी था कि कोई एक आता सिलिकोसिस का पेशेंट और बताए कि मुझे ये लाभ नहीं मिला, मैं केवल उसे एक कंप्लेंट को दर्ज करता और उसकी ग्रीवेंस को रिड्रेस कर देता, तो शायद वो भी ठीक रहता। लेकिन हमें लगा कि ये दिक्कत औरों के साथ हो सकती है, तो इसको हमने इस तरीके से तैयार किया। अच्छी चीज़ ये है कि अब इस इनिशिएटिव को स्टेट में रोल आउट करेंगे तो और लोगों को इसमें फ़ायदा मिलेगा। मैं चूँकि मैम ने समय का बोला है तो मैं मेरी बात को ऐसे कहना चाहूँगा कि हम सारे लोग जब फील्ड में काम करते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग आज भी ऐसा है कि बहुत सारे लोग कलेक्टर के चैम्बर में आने से पहले उनको या तो किसी गांव के एक पढ़े लिखे आदमी के साथ आना पड़ता है, या उनको बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे अभी भी ऐसा लगता है कि शायद मैं कह नहीं पाऊंगा। वो 3 फीट की जो टेबल के इस पार और उस पार का जो अंतर है, हमने कोशिश की कि उसको समझा जाए और इनकी मदद की जाए। तो ये सिलिकोसिस केयर था और इसको मैंने आप लोगों, मेरी टीम को भी मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने काम किया। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Dr. Soni. You were bang on the point as well as time. I'm reminded of another chairperson who said, "ए मुसफ़िर मेरी तस्वीर तो खींच और मेरा दर्द भी खींच मेरी तस्वीर के साथ." I think that's so very true for your initiative, which is truly citizen-centric. I don't have to summarize beyond this. And now we would have online Professor Dharmender Singh from IIT Roorkee, who would be sharing his experiences from academic as well as field research. So maybe we could switch on the link, please.
Hello.
Professor Dharmender, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes, very much. But you're not visible. If you could switch on your camera.
Yes. I am sitting in the airport.
Okay.
Okay. So that's it. So I am switching off my video and then I will share my face.
So that is the magnetism of DARPG. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. And that is the magnetism of the commitment also, no?
Yes, sure.
So first of all, thanks to all. I'm sorry because my flight is after 1 hour, so I could not make it for this one. Everybody is talking about the e-governance, replicability, sustainability. What the topic I have selected, the health issue related to the maximum EM radiations. So how we can, there are two things which we have to think about, because we are moving very fast for the e-management, e-governance and all other things and using a lot of electronic equipment. Then two things are very much worrying for all of us as a society, as a person also, that there are a lot of EM radiation surrounding with us and a lot of e-waste surrounding with us. How to manage the e-waste and how to reduce the EM radiations which is surrounding with us. And I am not saying that I am not giving any comment about the fear factor, but we should be aware that whatever with the extra EM radiations are there, till now there is no certain biological effect. People have seen that and no certain evidences, but if they are extra, so they may have some harm or something like that. Please roll down the slides automatically. I am talking about that one. So the topic which I have covered, the two things, that is the how to manage the e-waste, and second important thing, while managing the e-waste, how we can reduce. You can see that all the things, a lot of electromagnetic radiations, a lot of publications are there where people are saying that it is some danger. It is not dangerous. So, but some precautions we have to take care. So therefore the topic which I have covered here, which I am working since last 10 years approx, that how to manage the e-waste and for fruitful application. And once I am saying the fruitful application, then two things. First, the societal application, how we can reduce the EM radiations. For example, we have prepared a mobile cover, mobile box. Once you are putting the mobile in that box, so whatever be the mobile radiations are coming, that will be reduced by a certain amount, and it is under the limit and it is not going to harm you. And without, the challenge is that without the losing the connectivity. So, and second important thing, once I am talking about the e-waste, so please move the slides automatically, because yes, you can see that there are a lot of EM radiations surrounding with us, and nobody knows where it is harming or it is fruitful, but some fear factor is always there. So just move to next one. So lot of applications are there. So there are two very important applications. One is the EM radiation reduction by using e-waste, and second one is for the defense application, where for stealth application. So we have developed, you can just next one. Yes, so we have developed, you can see that there are several e-waste. E-waste means either the mobile waste or the laptop waste or the computer based, and we have developed, we have processed, we have developed a methodology by which all the e-waste can be formed in a powder and it can be coated to a certain device, and by which that device may have reduced the EM radiation effect or may be useful for the hiding the target from the radar. And all the things we have characterized in a very scientific way. What are the different characteristics and how we can characterize it. Next, please. So you can see that this is the camouflage net, this is the UAV, this is the some nose for the radar and all other things. So various applications we have tested included the radiations from the mobile also. So you can see that this slide tells about that what the frequency range, how we can use it, what are the important factors which we have developed. Next one. This is a very important slide because one thing everybody is facing, that also we have a lot of e-connectivity in this one, but bandwidth issue is always there. Sometimes while talking, while this disconnect and this and all. For bandwidth issue, there are two important things. One is that how to increase the sensitivity of your mobile or any your device, and a second important thing that increase the bandwidth. So bandwidth, increasing the bandwidth is not in our hand, this is the government policy, but increasing the sensitivity of any device, that is in our hand. So whatever this we have developed, whatever with this EM-based, e-waste based powder, that is very much useful for isolating the different interferences inside the any mobile phone or any something like that. That is one of the wonderful applications for this one. Next one. So from the e-waste to the, you can see that from e-waste to the solution, the full package is there, and we are working and we are in the process to supply to the different vendors and different organizations also. Next one. So that I have already mentioned that this is the one of the major use in the ICT, how to enhance, because one thing is very important, once your connectivity is not good or something like that, so a lot of annoyance is automatically entering in your subconsciousness, and that is the responsibility of our responsibility also, that how to reduce that annoyance. Because for any technological development, we must have to think about the health issue and the societal issue for that one. So this is one of this one. Thanks to the DSR, that is the Department of Scientific Research, they have funded a lot of money for that, the RDO lab, and ultimately without a student, a professor cannot do a single work. To all my students, and thanks for patience, and sorry I was not able to attend in the physical mode.
Thank you. Yeah. Round of applause for Professor Singh, please. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. So we move on to an additional speaker from our breakout session, Shri IPS Sethi, who represents NIC for us, National Informatics Center. He would be collating his experiences and not take them more than 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you, Sethi sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. Everybody remembers 8th November 2016, 8 p.m., Honorable Prime Minister announced demonetization and has given a lot of emphasis on digital economy, digital payment and cashless transactions. MIT was asked by PMO to develop a dashboard to monitor all sorts of digital payment transactions happening in country through credit card, debit card, prepaid instrument, NEFT, RTGS, UPI and all those things. So this dashboard was developed by NIC. It was a big challenge because 100+ banks were to be onboarded on this platform, and all the banks were on different IT platforms, and standardization was a big problem, and they were also not immediately prepared for the infrastructure required for the promotion of digital payment. Next, please. So in budget speech of 17-18, Honorable Finance Minister announced given a target of 2,500 crores of digital payment transaction. MIT was given responsibility for promotion of digital payment, and DigiDhan mission was formed. And this dashboard was launched for 16 digital payment transactions, and 110 bank and Reserve Bank of India and National Payment Corporation of India is integrated on this dashboard. Next, please. So a dashboard was launched by Honorable Minister. Next. Next. So if you see that the journey from 2017 to 18 to current, from 20 billion transaction in 17-18, we are gradually growing, and this year we target to achieve around 70 billion, around 7,000 crores of digital payment transaction in terms of volume. I am not talking of value. Next. So UPI was a game changer, unified payment interface, which was developed by NPCI, and Bharat Interface for Money Bheem platform was also developed. And if you see that the growth of digital payment UPI platform, 4.56 crore transactions were recorded in the month of December, and to the value of 8.3 trillion rupees. That is 8,027 crores of rupees of transactions were done on the UPI platform, and India is talking of the $1 trillion economy by 2025, and I hope that with the promotion of digital payments and other things, we are well within the reach to achieve that target. And if you see that during the pandemic time, particularly in April, we were having around 200 crores of transaction on UPI platform, but particularly in last 19 months during the pandemic period, people have heavily used UPI platforms. It could be Google Pay, Amazon Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm, or Bheem, or the various other platforms of the banks for the use of P2P transactions on digital payments. Next. So the Honorable Prime Minister and his PMO regularly monitor this. PMO, MIT, Reserve Bank of India, NPCI, banks, ministries and departments, and even 100 smart city digital payment transactions which are happening are also reported on this dashboard. So we have developed a DigiDhan dashboard. We have developed state portals for various states to monitor their digital payment transactions, and a smart city portal for the 100 smart cities where they are reporting the data of the digital payments happening through various sectors of economy. Next. So 110 banks are integrated on this DigiDhan dashboard, 24 hours nationalized bank, 23 private sector bank, 4 payment banks, 56 regional bank, and of course 4 foreign banks are also onboarded on this portal. And these are the 16 modes of digital payment transaction, that is NETC, credit card, debit card, national, NEFT, RTGS, PPI, all these 16 modes are there. And through mobile banking, internet banking, and other digital modes of transactions, we are recording the data. And every night through API between 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the night, every bank reports the data on this dashboard, and this dashboard gets updated. Next. So from National Payment Corporation of India, we are getting Aadhaar-enabled payment system, UPI including Bheem transactions, IMPS, NETC, and USSD transactions. Next. From RBI, we are getting real-time raw settlement, national electronic fund transfer, credit card, debit card, and prepaid payment instruments data, which is getting reported from RBI on this dashboard. So as you know that last year, government has announced an incentive of 2,000 crore for merchant discounted rate. That is, anybody doing transaction of 2,000 rupees, normally a small merchant used to charge 0.5% of extra charges. So government had decided to reimburse those charges to the banks, and we were processing that data on this, where we are getting huge amount of transactional data from the banks, and MIT is processing them and giving them the payments. Next. This year, government has announced another incentive scheme of 1,300 crores for the promotion of RuPay debit card. Earlier, the scheme was for Visa, debit, Master, and other all sort of card, but now it is for RuPay debit card, where promotion of is planned, and the merchants will be incentivized for the promotion of RuPay debit card. Next. So this Digithan dashboard is a one-stop single source of truth for digital payment, only platform which providing the digital transaction analysis and data. Banks are ranked based on their digital payment performance on this dashboard, and recently MITRE has given awards to the bank for best performing banks and other banks for their performance on various type of digital payment transactions. And that is from my side. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sethi Saab. It is always a delight to go back to the achievements of NIC, and this was no exception. I think with permission of everybody else, we have a 3-minute presentation from Rajasthan, which is to be included as our last speaker of the panel. Please introduce yourself and then we can roll on the presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much to give us the opportunity to give the presentation. Good afternoon, myself Rajesh Saini, Officer in Charge IT, Chief Minister's Office, Rajasthan, along with Neha Chaudhary, Project Officer SCMT. There is a small presentation video about an innovative project in Rajasthan known as e-business. This is included in the compendium of e-governance initiative launched yesterday. Business to Government portal has been designed to act as a one-stop shop for the business partners engaged with the government of Rajasthan. Portal acts as a communication gateway between department and their business partners to increase transparency, accountability in the system. There are various portals for citizens, but B2G portal is the first of its kind in the country to provide ease to the business community for interaction with the government departments. The portal is one more step to realize the vision of Honorable Chief Minister Rajasthan Shri Ashok Gehlot, Pardashi, Samvedanshil, Jawabdeh Sarkar, transparent, accountable and good governance. May I request to play the video, please, presentation video.
Though it was a very short time, but thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, it was our pleasure. We learned a lot. Thank you. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. So we are about to close. We are still 10 minutes ahead of the deadline given to us, but the job is still not done. One unique thing about this panel, the last one, was that it brought in the experiences of central government through Dr. Ashish, who is Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development and North Telangana. The state government in terms of Dr. Jitendra Kumar Soni, Academic Institute, Professor Singh, NIC, Shri IPS Sethi, and of course a complete state experience through the last presentation. So before I close off, Dr. Ashish, we saw e-mark yesterday, but what is missing is how do you propose to take it forward?
Hello. Yeah, so the purpose of starting this e-mark was to make sure that states spend sufficient money on maintenance of PMGSY roads. As per the project design, they are mandated to provide for maintenance for these roads for 5 years, which is inbuilt into the contracts of the contractor who has built the roads. So it has been designed to monitor whether that contractor is actually maintaining those roads, and it is a performance-based maintenance contract management system where we do not pay the contractor on the basis of work done, but on the basis of service standard that has been attained on that road. Now, after 5 years of this maintenance, the roads move into the maintenance liability of the state government. So a design life of 10 years is generally fixed for a road. So to make sure that the states maintain these roads even after 5 years of the defect liability period of the contractor, so we are now expanding this platform to include post 5-year maintenance that is to be done by the states. So it will monitor whether the upper black topping, which is called bituminous cores, it is being replaced in the 6th or 7th year when it becomes replaceable, and whether the state governments are spending money on maintenance for those next 5 years. Similarly, so this is a vertical, this is a organic development, and another inorganic development that we are trying to do is that apart from PMGSY roads, which are say around only 10 to 15% of rural roads, all the other rural roads which have been built by other departments of the states like PWD or Mandi or Rural Engineering Department, Zilla Parishad, etc. So they should also come on board onto this platform so that these departments are able to monitor the condition of the roads as well as by smart data analytics to see where the actual demand is, and the budget that they have is better utilized and better focused onto where the need is. So these are the two directions in which the EMAR is going, and of course we would be adding artificial intelligence based data analytics as well as fidelity checking systems onto this, whether the inspections have been done properly, whether the assessment of actual work done is being done in a proper fashion or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Goyal. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, audience, as well. That is expected from an engineer like you, 95 batch IAS and IIT Delhi pass out and PhD as well. So I'm glad emerging technologies, etc., being thought to have a demand-driven approach towards the software. So I come to the state initiative, Dr. Jitendra. We heard about silk courses, and now what I'm wondering is to reach unto each and every person, it should have an app. You know, it should, and it is such a good initiative, it needs to be really replicated across the entire state because of the common contextuality of the state. So what is your take on that? Thank you.
इसमें मैम जैसा मैं बता रहा था पहले कि इसके लिए स्टेट का जो माइनिंग डिपार्टमेंट है उसने हमसे सारी डिटेल ले ली है, क्योंकि अब हम ज़्यादा अच्छे तरीके से कह पाएंगे, यहाँ का जो रिकॉग्निशन है मुझे लगता है ये बात को और अच्छे तरीके से रख पाएंगे. अभी स्टेट इस पे 6 डिपार्टमेंट को कन्वर्जेंस मॉडल पे लाके एक सिंगल विंडो टाइप एक ऐप बनाएगा, जैसा भी चल रहा है. होपफुली वो जल्दी काम पूरा होगा, और जब तक नहीं होता है तब तक हमने अपने लेवल पे इसका ऐप डिजाइन करने के लिए एक हायर किया है, तो जल्दी एक ऐप बनेगा. Thank you.
Awesome. So we need to note this, that events like this organized by DRPG gives a lot of acceptance, not just in other states, but within the state ecosystem itself. So acceptance through awards is another learning for us as academics. Okay, so if Professor Singh is still not got his flight, are you there with us, Professor Singh? So presuming he's already boarded, we move to the last speaker who's offline here, Sethi Saab. Sethi Saab, you talked about your dashboard. You also talked about how the volume of transactions have increased. But with so much of data and so much of volume, what kind of security checks you have inbuilt into it? Thank you.
Thank you, Charu. I have been developing dashboard for the government for last so many years. ETAL was the one where any transaction happening anywhere in the country gets recorded on that portal. It was like a population clock and getting updated every 3 seconds. This was the only portal which was getting updated every 3 seconds, and we have 4,000 plus e-services integrated on portal, and every month we are recording 300 crores of e-transactions on that portal. So talking about the security on whether ETAL or digital payment, or recently I developed a Prayas portal for Honorable Prime Minister of Office. Security is of course of a paramount important. It gets hosted on the Meghraj cloud of the Government of India with this secure socket layer, SSL implementation, and all the security vulnerabilities are scanned and rectified as per the advisory given by CERTIN or our own cyber security division. So we do take care of the security 24/7, and our team is working around the clock to ensure that there are no glitches and there is no security breach on the system. Thank you.
We are reassured. Thanks a lot. I think as a chair, I need to thank again this beautiful panel representing Center, State, Academic Institute, NIC, and of course think tank IAPA. Need to thank my audience. They are still there, almost all full. Yeah, so I think from our side, our job is done. Organizers headed by Secretary DRPG. Thanks a lot, everybody. So if anybody would like to raise a query or a comment, is most welcome. So the time is up. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I would like to thank all our panel members and everybody present here. And I would also request you to please remain on stage for some time, as we would like to present you some memo. So I would request Sri G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, IRS Commissioner, Electronic Service Delivery, Special Commissioner, E-Governance, MD TSTS, to please come on stage to give away the mementos to our dignitaries. And I request each one of you to please clap for all the dignitaries once again. Shri G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, IRS Commissioner, Electronic Service Delivery, Special Commissioner, E-Governance, MD TSTS, to please come and join on stage. Can you please keep clapping for all the dignitaries here? Next, I would like to welcome Shri Surendranath Tripathi, Director General, Indian Institute of Public Administration. I would now like to invite Shri N.B.S. Rajput, Joint Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, on stage. I would now request Ms. L. Ramadevi, Director, Emerging Technologies, Government of Telangana, to please come and join us on stage. And now I would request Ms. Priska Matthew, Deputy Secretary, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, to please come and join us on stage. We also have Shri Ajay Prakash Thavne, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, who has joined us virtually. So I would like to welcome sir as well. And to proceed further for the welcome speech, I would like to invite Shri G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, the Commissioner, Electronic Service Delivery, Special Commissioner, E-Governance. And as Shri Jayesh Ranjan sir couldn't join us, he got busy with some meetings, so we have Shri G.T. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, here on behalf of him.
A very good afternoon to all. Respected Shri V. Srinivas sir, Secretary DRPG. Respected Shri Ajay Sahni sir, Secretary MIT, who is joining us virtually. Shri Mishra sir, DG IIPA. Shri NBS Rajput, Joint Secretary DRPG. Mrs. Priska Matthew, Director DARPG. Srimati Ramadevi Garu, OSD, ITEC Department, all the participants of the conference, senior officers of central and state governments, and all other guests. Once again, a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Government of Telangana, I warmly welcome you all to this valedictory session of 24th National Conference on E-Governance. In 2018, the conference was held at Hyderabad, and within 4 years, thanks to DRPG and MIT, the state got another opportunity to hold this prestigious conference. Over last 2 days, through number of sessions, both main sessions here as well as breakout sessions, the fruitful discussions, and I hope that participants had exchanged thoughts and ideas, and the underlying message that is coming through various presentations and various discussions is that the maximum governance, minimum government, or the government that governs the least is the best form of governance. You all heard yesterday the Honorable Minister of IT, Government of Telangana, how he spoke and how he emphasized the importance and relevance of the whole journey of governance, e-governance, from websites to digitization to M-governance to e-governance, then to M-governance, and then next level M-governance plus emerging technologies. So as perhaps you would have understood over the last 2 days, how these technologies can help the citizens, help the government to deliver the, with all the services with citizen as the center. And the key theme should be presence-less, contactless, anytime, anywhere, 24/7 by 365. How the governments can strive and deliver this kind of services to the citizens in the respective states and in the country. The whole program, the moment it was given to us, the Principal Secretary, Sri IT, Sri Jayesh Ranjan, sir has taken initiative, and then he took interest to organize this and ensure that all arrangements are in place. And we hope that you have enjoyed the conference in the last 2 days and enjoyed our hospitality. So thanks once again for the DRPG and MIT for choosing Hyderabad and Telangana for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Shri Ajay Prakash Tavne, Secretary, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, to please address the gathering. Can someone please check the connection?
Are you able to hear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So yesterday I was present in the inaugural, and then I had the pleasure to be part of one of the plenary sessions. E-governance national conference has been an article of faith with DRPG as well as the Ministry of Electronics and IT for many, many years now. And every time we meet, we find a tremendous exchange of new ideas, new concepts. As the technologies are changing, as the new practices are emerging, we have plenty to share. And every time, one of the most important things that we find in these conferences is the sheer amount of innovation that has happened at the hands of various departments of the central government as well as the state governments. Especially in the state governments, I think tremendous amount of innovation is happening. Currently, with the new technologies that are emerging, whether it is blockchain or spatial technologies, or it is application of advanced data analytics or artificial intelligence, a lot of new concepts and new applications are emerging, which are very interesting for all of us. At the same time, we are seeing the growth of the nationwide platforms, and with the new legal provisions that are coming in place, such as the Personal Data Protection Act, which is a bill which is currently in Parliament, we will have far more confidence in being able to construct more and more applications and more systems at a national level. I would also like to mention that while earlier we have been making a large number of applications in silos. It's time for us to look very seriously at a national architecture for all the e-governance applications. And we used to have India Enterprise Architecture as the guiding framework for us. This month, we will also be unveiling the India Ecosystem Architecture. This is being given final shape under the guidance of one of our very respected senior officers, Shri J. Satyanarayana. And within the month of January, we hope to bring out the India Enterprise Architecture as well. India Ecosystem Architecture is what we will be calling it this time. I would like to congratulate the organizers, especially V. Srinivas ji and the government of Telangana for having taken so much interest, run the awards program under the guidance of DARPG for several months now. And this time I am told that the number of entries for these awards was at a record level, and some very exciting applications and implementations have been recognized. My compliments to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this program once again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, Department of Administrative, Reforms and Public Grievances, Government of India, to please read out the Hyderabad Declaration for adoption.
Good afternoon. At the outset, let me thank Sri Ajay Sani ji for his guidance and hand-holding in helping us curate this conference. We've been together for 4 years now, sir, and I do recall the day I and Mr. Rajput had come to you on identifying the particular subject and theme for this year's National E-Governance Conference, and of all the themes we went through, we zeroed in on this theme, India's Decade, Digital Governance in a Post-Pandemic World. And I think it is one of the largest conferences we have held in the last 4 years. Of course, Shillong is very passionate to me personally, the first conference in Northeast, and you would recall it very fondly. Mumbai, we had a massive event too, and now in Hyderabad, we've had the largest event we've had in the last 4 years. So let me thank Government of Telangana, Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, who was so forthcoming. In fact, I called him and he was on telephone. He said, yes, he's willing to do it. I wrote a letter to him, and within an hour I got a response that, yes, we are willing to go forward and collaborate with the Government of India. So let me thank Government of Telangana for this collaborative effort and the kind of arrangements and warmth and reception that we've had in Hyderabad has been unprecedented. In fact, this is a home city for me, and it's my first visit outside Delhi as Secretary to Government of India. So I'm extremely grateful to each one of the local officials who has given such a feeling of personal warmth in making this happen. I'd also like to thank Director General IAPA, Dr. S.N. Tripathi, for being here and also through all the events of DRPG. Last week we had you to chair many of our sessions in Good Governance Week, and also we keep meeting almost every second day in one meeting or the other, be it Mission Karma Yogi or be it the capacity building of administrative training institutes at Lucknow. And it's like almost like IAPA is part of our extended family, and we cannot imagine a lunch or a dinner outside Delhi without Mr. Tripathi's presence, or even in Delhi in any official events. So let me thank Professor Charu also for coming along with the Director General. My good friends and senior colleagues, Sri N.B.S. Rajput and Srimati Priska Matthew, who have strived tirelessly to make this event possible. we received 1,377 award nominations on our portal. So to go through 1,377 nominations and to zero in on 26 awards was a humongous task. And I do recall going from web room to web room on which the meetings were held to shortlist these awards. And of course, every time you announce an award scheme, there are tremendous amount of competitiveness amongst individual categories. For example, even when DG CGG filed 2 nominations, he was competing one nomination against the other. That is the kind of competition that he had. He would have been receiving the award for both the nominations, but still they were competitions. So it took a huge amount of effort to actually curate these awards and ensure that it reaches fruition. So let me congratulate each of the award winners. I was very fascinated by the nominations from district collectors. In fact, I was telling Dr. Tripathi that the session that he chaired was the one that witnessed the maximum passion in which so many young officers made presentations. Mon district of Nagaland, we have young Varnali ji here leading Golpara to greater heights, and Jitendra Soni in Nagaur district. Fantastic work that has been done. I was a probationer at Nagaur and I know how difficult conditions are in that district, and to actually receive an award from a national platform for Nagaur is a huge, huge achievement which I personally appreciate. And also then after the awards, then comes the documentation, and you would notice these very beautiful publications that Government of Telangana has brought out, all the technical papers. We receive normally 300 technical papers, of which 10 are selected. So for the publication, once again, universities, academia, theoreticians, practitioners, everybody wants to figure themselves in the list. In fact, yesterday there was one paper which in fact we gave an opportunity to present it from this forum. The Government of Rajasthan had a shortlisted paper which was included in the list of papers. So a lot of work goes in from the technical committee, the jury committee, the compendium committee that goes into curating these events, and it takes about 6 months of hard work for these 2 days to happen. So let me thank Sri N.V.S. Rajput, Srimati Priska Matthew. We have a real seasoned veteran of these e-governance conferences, Vibhuti Panjar. I don't know if she's here. Is she here, Vibhuti? Yes, please stand up. Yes, a big hand for Vibhuti. She's the constant face. Others keep changing, but she's been there. Then Santosh from our ministry, he's been running around across states. Sunila Bagga, the other official from the ministry. So the officials have come together for months to put this together. As the precedents with the past e-governance conferences, we adopt a declaration at the end of the conference, and it is my great privilege to read out the Hyderabad declaration that is duly approved at ministerial level and also jointly between the Ministry of IT and DRPG, and with the permission of Sri Ajay Saniji and the senior officials of Government of Telangana, I read out the Hyderabad declaration. Can we have it on screen? So the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY Government of India, in collaboration with the Government of Telangana, organized the 24th National Conference on E-Governance at Hyderabad on 7th and 8th January 2022. Under the visionary leadership of the Prime Minister, e-governance landscape of India has radically changed in scale, scope, and learning paradigms. As India celebrates the 75th year of independence as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the Prime Minister's clarion call for adoption of next-generation administrative reforms for bringing citizens and government closer was the focus of the conference deliberations. Secretariat reforms, Swachhta campaign, redressal of public grievances, and improving service delivery form the core of India's good governance model were deliberated. During the pandemic, the widespread adoption of e-office helped create paperless offices in the Central Secretariat and enabled smooth governance functioning. CP Grams helped redress 20 lakh public grievances in 2021. The National E-Governance Awards were conferred in the inaugural session. The two-day conference held exchange of views between the award winners and unicorns. The conference unanimously adopted the Hyderabad Declaration outlined below after intensive deliberations during the sessions held over 2 days. The conference resolved that Government of India and the state government shall collaborate to bring citizens and government closer through digital platforms, to transform citizen services through use of technology by leveraging artifacts of India's stack that include Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker, Umang, eSign, and consent framework, to fast-track the implementation of the national-level public digital platforms in key social sectors like health, education, agriculture, by adopting open, interoperable architecture for joined-up connected services, to operationalize the data governance framework to facilitate data sharing within government entities, as also make available all data on data.gov.in except for a negative list, to enable protocols for data collection, data harvesting, data privacy, data anonymization, data security, and data preservation that can help build a data economy. Faster responsible use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, 5G, augmented reality, virtual reality for social empowerment. To make India the global hub for emerging technology through creation of a large pool of skilled resources on futuristic technologies. To ensure resilient government infrastructure with robust technological solutions to withstand pandemic-like disruptions. To foster a spirit of research and development and process reengineering in ongoing government services. To uplift good governance to a higher level through healthy competition among states and UTs, among central ministries by benchmarking services. National E-Services Delivery Assessment 2021 to be adopted in collaboration with MeitY for improving the e-governance landscape. Integration of all state and district portals with CP-grams for seamless grievance redressal, replication of awarded projects under the National Awards for E-Governance 2020-21 and their nomination for dissemination of best practices through regional conferences. Adoption of e-Office version 7.0 in all ministries and departments, use of technology for propagating end-to-end service delivery without human interference to the citizen at the grassroots level. To make digital the primary aspect of government service, design and delivery, and provide requisite infrastructure to achieve that. So this is the Hyderabad Declaration, and I would request the entire House to adopt it, and I'll request our panel to kindly hold it so that it can be released. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Ms. L. Ramadevi, Director, Emerging Technologies, Government of Telangana, to please come forward for the vote of thanks of the valedictory session.
Well, a great event is coming to an end. You know, an event of such a scale and scope, you know, requires collaboration, coordination from different teams. So, and before actually, you know, acknowledging and thanking the team members, first let me thank the Honorable Ministers, Minister of State, Honorable Minister of State, DARPG, for inaugurating the conference yesterday, and the Honorable Minister of IT, Government of Telangana, for presiding over the inauguration ceremony yesterday. And Secretary Mighty Ajay Sahani sir was always a pillar of support and strength for these e-governance conferences. So we thank him profusely for his support for this conference. The moment, this e-governance conference was thought of, the leadership provided by DARPG Secretary Srinivas sir and Jayesh Ranjan sir was, it was like the team literally, got ample support from whatever they needed. So special thanks to both the leadership from both the organizations. And I would like to make a specific mention of the DARPG team. Shri NBS Rajput, Joint Secretary of DARPG, Srimati Priska Matthew, Director DARPG, and Srimati Vibhuti Saha of DARPG. A big round of applause for them, please. Maybe a standing ovation for them. Yeah. So. Yeah. And following that, another one, and a team from Government of Telangana. Again, I would like to mention specifically certain names who really worked day and night, for the last 1 week. I don't think they've slept enough also for the last few days. Again, under the leadership of Sri Venkateshwar Rao Garu, Commissioner ESD. Srimati G. Varalakshmi, please stand up wherever you are. I can't see you. Varalakshmi? Where are you? Where? Yeah, please. Narsimhan, please. Maybe you can come onto the stage so that everybody can see you. Well, they are the pillars of, who executed day in, day out. Again, a big round of applause to them. So, now, thanks to actually all the speakers, from the central government, the state governments. It's a long list, that is the reason I'm looking at the list, whom to thank. It's a very, very long list, believe me, and bear with me. So speakers from the central government, state governments, union territories, from the private sector, from academia, you have seen all of them, sharing their knowledge, experiences. It is really a rich experience for all of us. A big thank you for all the speakers of the two-day conferences. Big clap for all of them, please. Our knowledge partner is Deloitte. Thanks to them for curating a wonderful, program. The two-day session has been really excellent with topics ranging in different sectors, different areas, different technologies. A big thank you to them. Also, I would like to make a special mention, Shri Pendyala Srinivas Garu from ITNC department, who has been instrumental in arranging all the logistic support. So give him a big hand, he's here. Thanks to the event management company Mark 7 Innovation, Purnima. All of us have seen her going round, the whole 2 days, and Bharani. And whoever is part of the WhatsApp group, what's the kind of effort they have put in. Purnima, please come onto the stage. Bharani. I mean, though it's an event management company, but they treated it as their own, event, and an excellent support from the company. Thanks to HICC and Novotel for providing the desired support for hospitality and organizing this event. A big hand for the Novotel team. Thanks to press and media, for covering it the entire 2 days. just covering the entire program 2 days, thanks to media and press personnel. And I would be failing in my duty if I do not mention this, thanks to all the delegates from across the country, who are here in person as well as who participated online. Give them a big hand, without which we wouldn't have done this excellent program. And lastly, before closing, I just want to mention this. Personally, whenever this conference starts, right from the day that we start thinking of applying for awards, we prepare the application, then we plan for attending this event. It's like a big e-governance festival. People who are into e-governance literally feel that it's a kind of an Indian festival, that brings all, together everybody from across the country, across the nation. So it's a beautiful concept, and personally I feel that from the day, we start thinking about the awards until the day there is e-governance. So thank you, sir, for conceptualizing such a wonderful, and lastly, while NCG event has come to an end, but this particular event, India's Techade, is going to set the momentum for unleashing the new technological innovations in the country that could put India amongst the leading nations. Thank you all. A big thank you for all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And with this, we come to an end of the 24th National Conference on E-Governance. I would like to thank each and everyone present here, and it was a pleasure hosting this beautiful conference, and it was totally a big pleasure for me to be a part of this wonderful team as well here, and getting a chance to host this program. And can we all clap for each and every...
Rushita, are you here? Sorry, I forgot your name. Rushita, are you here? Okay, she left. Oh. Yeah. Thank you, MC. When I say Mark 7, you're included in that, but thanks a lot for your lovely, running the program for the last 2 years. Thanks to both the MCs. There is one for I forgot her name. I don't know where she is, who was in the breakout sessions. Thanks to her also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And before we go back to our own places, can we all clap for each and everyone present here? And this wouldn't have been possible without the presence and support from each one of you here. So yes, a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries who are present on the stage and everybody who supported to make this event even more successful. And this is Preet again, signing off from the 24th National Conference on E-Governance. Thank you so much.